Okay, so greetings. I am just setting up for the first time with Instagram as well, and gonna try and like push people toward this stream. That's why I am taking a while to set up, and I'm hoping this will work well. We shall see. You know what? This probably won't pick up audio well. Turn these off again then. I'm gonna cut all this out of the recording for what it's worth, so that we don't end up with a bunch of, you know what, I'm gonna lose those if I don't put them right here. Okay, so welcome to Hack O'Clock. In a second, I'm going to do a little intro for Instagram and try to shunt them over here because I got a bunch of people on there. And in the meantime, so what we've got going on is Hack O'Clock. Last time, I actually took apart a pair of these same headphones, and it has decided not to update the thumbnail. There we go. Shock's phones, tear down. I ripped apart one half of them, and so if you want to see what's inside these headphones, have a click on there, or just, you know what? Could have put that in the description. Didn't. But anyway, whatever platform you're watching this on, you can find the playlist on there. So, I'm going to be recapping Supercon 2025, which was last weekend. My experience looking at the badge and stuff, and a couple of cool hacks that we did, including like sidewalk soldering, set up like with my iFixit soldering iron in the in front of a bar, not in the back alley, front alley, in a parklet, and we were soldering stuff. But anyway, we'll get to that. So we're going to be doing that, and then I will be talking through the process of attempting to finish my PCBs for data storage jewelry. So I've been working really hard on these micro SD card storage jewelry PCBs, and I'm really excited about it. It's an evolution of ongoing projects, and it ties in with the media juggling that I do as a content creator. And so, yeah, stick around for that. I'm going to be messing around in KiCad, KiCad, whatever you call it. Up to you. I call it KiCad, even though I think that's wrong because I like how it sounds, and I've got a tutorial called iPad to KiCad for doing hand-drawn PCB art that we'll be digging into. Anyway, drop questions or whatever in the chat. Let me know if I'm screwing up something royally, pardon me. And I'll be back in a second. I'm going to try and bring on Instagram live stuff. We will see how it goes. So let's see. Not sure. I want to go live, please. I've got to allow Instagram to access my stuff. There we go. And then I must burp because I guess that's a thing. Biological organisms. Let's see. Trying to figure out how if I can put this stuff in the description on there. A lot of this year has been kind of like spinning up my own media empire and trying to get, you know, the dozens of thousands of followers that we had on the Hackster channel to follow me here somewhat. Just via bringing people on via my channels. So we shall see how it goes. Interesting framing you chose there, YouTube or Instagram, whatever these platforms are. Okay, but we'll just go live with that. All right. Gonna try and bring them on. Hello, life forms! I'm going live on YouTube, Twitch, and LinkedIn. So if you want to join the chat, do that here. I'm going to be just streaming there so that people know that I'm doing this. But if you want to see what I'm doing on the screen and stuff, yeah, just go to this place. Yeah. All right. Does this need to be taller? I think it's fine. Okay, so anyway, that's what's going on. All right, cool. So, all right, we're gonna start with the Hackaday Supercon recap. I'm gonna show stuff to Instagram as well, but just FYI, this is the main place I'm streaming. Go there if you want to see this stuff in better resolution. Yeah. All right, cool. So, Hackaday Supercon happens every year, November-ish. This year it overlapped with Halloween, which was there were mixed opinions about that. A lot of people are very passionate about Halloween. I'm not surprised. I used to be extremely into it. Nowadays, I feel like I kind of get to live my Halloween dream a lot of the time because I'm pretty self-actualized in my career. So, it's not as massive of a deal for me, but I'm still excited about it. And what's cool about the talks for this one is that they were live streaming them and recording them, so you can already see everything, all the talks that were given, and there's some really cool ones. What's up, Jay? 3Z. Thanks for joining again. Good to see you. All right, so is this an EE or music stream? This is an EE stream. I'm talking about my experience at Hackaday Supercon this last weekend. I'm going to be doing some live KiCad PCB design. It's going to be, and there's going to be lots and lots of derailing. But also there's a bunch of cool stuff that I picked up there, so we're going to get into that. Woo! So the badge, first off, this is a really cool badge this year. Honestly, I haven't had a ton of time to play around with the Supercon badges in the past. This time I actually got to do a couple of upgrades, which was rad. It comes with a lanyard, but I never like to wear badges on lanyards because it's bulky and I'm carrying enough crap already with my media kit, which I thought I'd show you some of as well, actually. My media and hardware EDC kit, which we'll dig into. Yes, Jay, I agree, the badge is superb. In fact, I think I can bring the chat up here on the screen. Is that right? There's some kind of like chat overlay, I think. I'm not gonna figure that out right now. This is for something else. Oh, here we go. Is that it? Wow. Okay, cool. We got chat on screen. Yay. So, yeah, really cool badge. This one has radio stuff, as you might have surmised. This, I asked immediately if it had Meshtastic. It does not have Meshtastic. It didn't at the event anyway. They were trying to ask people not to put Meshtastic on it immediately because they were worried about saturation, basically saturating the channels. And so, let's do... Ooh, sorry, playing around with the font options on the chat. This is all new. So, yeah, really cool badge, and it worked as an actual name tag. Fancy that. So they've got these different like functions and stuff that it does. And when you go back to home, oh wait, pick image. Oh, I could have put an image on here. You can choose the Jolly Rancher, the Hackaday logo. You got some guy, Abhishek. Oh, Deborah Ansel. Okay, it looks like people would like upload their icons to the repo. So this is Geek Mom Projects. She's awesome. Who else have we got on here? Antonia K. Cats. Oh, you could be one of a selection of cats. This is on the GitHub repo from Hackaday, so you can go grab this, actually. And there's a couple of other improvements as well, including a spectrum analyzer. I wasn't going to talk about this immediately, but it's so good. My friend Cedric is a really cool electronics fella and does a bunch of really cool projects, including Fiberduino, the tiniest Arduino you've ever seen, which can be woven into fabrics. Ludicrous, I know. Why am I getting a call? Do not want. Go away. Who calls people? Anyway, so yeah, Cedric set me up with this spectrum analyzer. One of my favorite parts of the con. People always call it like corridor con or hall con or whatever, or line con at the start, especially at DEF CON and stuff when there's a massive line for tickets. But in this case, it was at the after party where we posted up outside the venue, which was something donkey something. Anyway, blind donkey maybe. And what they did, oh yeah, we found basically a concrete median thingy that sort of abutted this parklet, and I set up with my fix-it soldering iron station and my other stuff, and it turns out that there's a radio boost that you can do by just connecting a jumper, soldering across a jumper on this board. So Cedric and I set up a little station for that. And I want to show you it because it's really cute. Where's my dang screwdriver? Here we go. Nope, wrong one. Screwdriver! Too many screwdrivers. Good problem. You know, this ancient SparkFun one is a classic, and it never goes wrong. You can never go wrong with this one. So basically, I'm just going to open this up real quick. This is the first time I'm trying to stream to YouTube, Twitch, and LinkedIn via the computer while simultaneously streaming to Instagram. I've been doing a bunch of stuff on these horizontal platforms over the past few months, but haven't been publishing a ton to Instagram, and so I figured that I would show signs of life and try to update you on what I'm up to these days. So, oh, another thing, there's someone was running around, Joe Fitz was running around with a sticker printer printing out compromising statements people made so that we could put them on our badges or whatever. Okay, so I just levered up the top of this. And oh, it's still on. I probably shouldn't have done that. Who cares? So this will be hard to see on Instagram, but if you go on here, you'll be able to see the close-ups. Anyway, so it's just my same username on YouTube. So over here, let's see, where is it? Here. It says more power! And that's exactly what it does. You just solder across that little jumper. So since it was one connection and there's like 4 screws to undo, we just posted up outside the after party with my little oh, it was Joe who had the super high-powered flashlight. Joe, aka the Juggler, had a really great flashlight we were using to sort of illuminate the area, and I had my fix hub soldering iron, and then also, which is battery-powered, hence the portability. That's why I keep bringing it up. And then also, what? I had my little minnow screwdriver set from also iFixit. I promise, they don't pay me. We've talked about it, though. What do you think? Should I do some videos with iFixit? Anyway, so I'm putting the badge back together so I can show you the spectrum analyzer, because Cedric had showed up with his laptop and set up some stuff from the GitHub repo so that we could get this spectrum analyzer app onto there. So let's go to Home, and then I'm going to go to User. And tell me if this is backwards, please. And we had basically, he had some Python scripts that would replace this one of these user functions with spectrum, and then you do that and it analyzes the radio spectrum around you. Please don't hack me, blah blah blah. Since there was like this, the radio comms in this badge, which did have an active chat, they overlap with the Meshtastic spectrum band at 915 megahertz, and so you would see this spike at 915 megahertz and know that people were chatting away. I'm kind of amazed at how well it worked. Obviously, if you do upgrade your power on the radio, then it drains your battery much faster, as is expected. Instagram people, tell me how the audio is, because I'm streaming on computer where I have a good microphone. I don't think there's a great one over here. What's up, Will Garcia? Hugs to you, and happy Friday also. Cool. So we got that, and then of course some shitty add-ons. What did I do with those? I had a container where I put all this stuff. Maybe I put it in here. So let's move on to the swag bag, because maybe that's where I put the add-ons I got. Speaking of which, so there's this huge culture of badge add-ons. There's PCB badges and PCB badge add-ons. There's a standard for them. There's actually multiple standards in the proud tradition of standards. You know, there's the original 4-pin one by Brian Benshoff, shitty add-ons, basically allows you to put badges on your badge. And yes, someone has made a Yo Dog exhibit, I heard you like badges, etc. SAO. So the original one was shitty add-ons, 4 pins, power, 3.3 volts power, ground, and then I think I2C. And then Twinkle Twinkie made the simple add-ons standard, which I think is this, which has a directional connector and also 6 pins, so adding 2 GPIOs to that. And then Supercon, at some point, Hackaday, who run the conference, were trying to make it be like Supercon add-ons, which the community has not adopted, to the point that if you're some people watch this with their children, which I love, cover their eyes. This is there's some opinions about that. This is, I don't know if I should say who this is by, but it's wonderful. Oh, it says it on there. Okay. This is Carrie Alpenglow. She's a badass. Anyway, happy Friday. Audio is great. Oh, hooray. I'm glad. So that's one of the cool things I got. I've done a quick interview in the past with Chris, forget his last name, Chris C something, of Ingress. So it turns out that Ingress, this mobile game that predated Pokemon Go by the same people, Niantic Labs, turns out that they got acquired, but Niantic is continuing as Niantic Spatial. I think that's okay to say. But anyway, somebody made these chick tracts, like these Jack Trick style tracts. I have a collection of these style of thingies that were used to proselytize in the past and may still be. So Ingress, the sort of like tagline is, or when you fire it up, it'd be like, "Greetings, agent," or whatever. It's time to move. So they've made their whole little like comic of it, which I've got to actually read through this at some point. Lol. So that's those things. I also got this googly eyes thermal printer photo from GRA John T. You can see his handle there. And this is actually algorithmically applied googly eyes. So he would take a photo of you, and then it would actually, I think, snap a whole series of them. Is that right? It would take like 5 of them and overlay them, unless I'm mistaking it. Yeah, because then it would detect your eyes, and it would place googly eyes over them, and then you get something like this, and it would print it out, and it's just fantastic. This is the kind of stuff that I just love about conferences and stuff. The shiggles aspect. Somebody else was running around with in fact, I think it was Joe Fitz, maybe, Securely Fitz, a meme maker in this format of the guy like sweating over which button to push, and it would change every time. So this one says respond with a meme versus respond with a spicy meme. And I forget which button I pushed. I don't think it matters in terms of the like output of the device, but this would also like, print photos. Lol. Hey, Dan Simple Electronics. Hello, back to you. Somebody put dick butt. Gotta have dick butt stickers. I think that might have actually been for a specific group. My friend Mohib gave me a square of beautiful acrylic. He made these gorgeous replacement face plates for the badge out of this laser cut plastic. I think it's acrylic. And I haven't gotten around to putting that on yet, but check that out. It just makes it dreamy. Although I gotta say, it's hard to outdo the like black, white, and gold aesthetic. I'm a huge sucker for it. Although there's not like, they didn't lean into that super hard, but I do really like the aesthetic of the badge this year. Like, look at those little numbered keys and stuff. It's so good. And the UI is really functional. To me, this is like one of the most complete and like actually handy badges that I've seen. There's the Hacker Pager from Cody Walker and co. At hackerpager.net, which I've been coveting because it has a spectrum analyzer built into that. It also has packet capture and stuff, but you could write those for this badge. So I'm very excited to have a badge that could like do similar things to the Hacker Pager without me spending $200. Although I was heavily pondering it anyway because that's a stylish device. I've got a little short interview with him I'm going to release later. So Mohib also created these like necklace thingamajigs with some long filament LED type things. So I'm gonna put that together later. What else we got? There was a bunch of stuff from iFixit, including the Repair Manifesto poster. And then there's also a sticker version of that, which I actually have one stuck to my repair kit little, like, what do you call them? These little tubs that oh, you can't see it, that we used to use in like elementary school. Instagram people can see it. It's like up there, you know, these little plastic guys. Anyway, pencil box basically. I gotta repair one of those, and it's got that sticker on it. That's what that ramble was about. Super mug. So the theme this year, the con sold out really quickly, and the theme this year by the designer Alec was sold out. So it's got a bunch of like fake brand logos on here, like the conference is sold out. Lol. Kind of an amazing job. The crow theme has just been massive this year. Teardown had a whole scavenger hunt based around a crow AI. And then also DEF CON had a really prominently placed, gorgeous piece of art featuring cybernetic crows. So it's a whole thing right now. Here's the schedule and brochure. I went over it real heavy with my like metallic blue marker, which I think is the only way to do it, because how else are you going to get to show up? Lots of cool stuff on the schedule. I apparently accidentally stuck one of these stickers to the schedule by like virtue of folding it up in my bag, but huge sticker page with fake corporations. Although the Novi one looks, some of these look kind of familiar, honestly. I don't remember. I feel like this must be from Mohib, my sort of most Star Trek-y friend, but some kind of Trek trading card. What? I forgot I had that. Here's an official water bottle. They do water bottles almost every year. This one is matte black, which I am a huge sucker for. So the PCBs that I'm working on right now are going to be matte black and white and gold, because that's just the little black dress of electronics. And I'll be showing you a comparison. I'll just do it right now. So far, I've been making black PCBs through Osh Park's After Dark colorway. So things like my Ouija board, planchette, ESP8266 programmer board. This you can actually use to program a little server chip slash Wi-Fi board and put Arduino code on it. But I'm not sure about how glossy they are. The really cool thing about After Dark is that you can see the traces underneath the solder mask because it is actually black FR4. The fiberglass itself is black, and then it's got clear solder mask over the top, so you can see all the traces. And I should show you my companion core real quick if you haven't seen it. Actually, whatever platform you're on probably has my companion core on it somewhere. If not, go to my Blue Sky or Mastodon, and you'll see it right at the top there. Ah! Oh, I clipped this to my hoodie. Lol. Sorry if there's any horrible noises. I just got overly warm. So yeah, black fiberglass is cool. I agree. Simple electronics. So, oh yeah. I want to do, here's another one that I made with Osh Park's After Dark. And this is actually kind of the basis for the PCB I'm going to be working on today. It's a little LED blinky guy, and it does backlighting, so when you put this on, it kind of shines on your cheek, and you get this really cool light-up cyberpunk effect. However, I'm going to be adding micro SD card sockets, which I've been ordering and modeling. So this is by someone else, but this is from, I think, JLC PCB or PCBWay, and it's still got like some nice texture from copper underneath the solder mask, which is a really nice subtle effect. And in my Halloween stream, I showed a jewel thief cat that has a skeleton under its skin solder mask that is done in a similar way. But this has more of a matte finish. Actually, this one doesn't look super matte. But what I really want is like a matte black with white and gold, kind of like what they've done here. And who was this by again? I don't remember, but it's definitely got like some kind of hex code situation going on around the back there. If you can see that around the edges. I don't know that we ended up decoding that, but Very DEF CON kind of thing to do. And then see these cool, like, they almost look like capacitive touchpads underneath there. But I don't know if they're actually connected to anything. It might just be cute. It says 0x33 on here, I think because it was DEF CON 33. Even though 33 would not be 33 in hexadecimal. What would it be? I'll figure that out some other day. We got a framework laptops sticker page. We are here to... Consumer electronics is broken. We are here to fix it. They ran apparently a really cool workshop that I didn't go to, but they brought a bunch of parts for people to like grab and swap and stuff. So I don't think anyone got a full computer, but some people got like motherboards, and they swapped them around to see like what they would come away with. Oh yeah, shirts. 0x21. Thank you, Simple Electronics. Yeah, so DEF CON 33 would be not 0x33, it would be 0x21 in hexadecimal. Okay, so here is our t-shirt. Very cool. They always have really nice t-shirts. They were out of small ones, but that's fine. I can always mess around with my... I tried to say sewing iron. When you work with like soldering irons and sewing machines, it turns into a bit confusing sometimes. Mickey Roman says, love Star Trek DS9. Yeah, that's actually the one that I've seen the most of, and I adore it. It is superb. Julian Bashir, for life, for eternity, just like best character. Also, Kira is pretty sweet. She's rad. Just like, and Captain Sisko is just can't be beaten. An amazing father. I actually did a post for International Men's Day last year, which is coming up on November 19th. They do a lot of cool advocacy and awareness around like men's mental health and stuff. Very cool. And Captain Sisko, I think I mentioned him, is just like one of my favorite like masculine role models. He's just like the best dad. I mean, he's, you know, got his ups and downs as a captain, you know, like, and I would do it all again, you know. I'm just glad I'm not in that position. But he like, you know, he goes back to Earth and peels potatoes for like a while with his dad in his dad's restaurant when he like is having mental health issues because of his pressures as like safe, you know, a messiah, etc., and a captain and like all this other stuff. Which, so you know, I think he's just an icon. And he punched Q in the face. I did not know. Oh, I did. I have seen that clip. It is wonderful. I forgot about that. Yeah, iconic. Benjamin Sisko, dad of the millennium. So let's see. Mickey says, also we live in a simulation. I finally have undeniable proof. I would love to see that proof. Didn't some scientists actually recently prove that we were not in a simulation? I don't know how you prove it either way, but that's what I read at some point. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up here, because scientists prove not simulation. If you want to see my screen, come join on YouTube or Twitch or LinkedIn. Yeah, so I haven't read this, but Popular Mechanics, one day ago, what do they say? A new study suggests that, at least mathematically speaking, the idea doesn't hold up, as some facets of reality can't be explained purely algorithmically. Come on, folks, you can't edit your dang tagline there. That's probably the editor that did that. No shade, Darren. I know that you're working for a company. Anyway, so I would love to hear, though. I'm absolutely interested to hear what your proof is that we are living in a simulation, because it's always interesting. Yeah, I am streaming to all the, but today I added Instagram. I'm seeing how it's going. It's actually going okay so far, in my opinion. It seems like we've got good audio over there, and I've got my like URL for YouTube up here. So I made videos for 10 years for Hackster.io. I'm still doing it, but independently. But that means that I never like built up my own channel, especially while in heavy burnout for the last few years, which I'm thankfully getting out of. So now I'm trying to basically like bring my people who are interested in what I do over onto like YouTube and other places and cross-pollinate. There we go. Ah, yes. You caught me there and transitioned here. Nice. Cool. So we've also got this tote bag. from Supercon. We're still in the swag phase of this. So that's also why I ended up having like a 15 minutes of dead space at the start of this stream, which I'm going to cut off on YouTube, is because I was setting that up. And there's always like a bunch of random stuff that comes up when you're trying to do that. I thought there was something else. Anyway, No Starch Press. Oh, you can have that. No Starch Press had a 30% off everything if you want to get books about tech or whatever. I don't learn very well from textbooks. I love books. I love fiction. Right now I'm listening to the audiobook of Arsène Lupin, which is from like 1906. And I got a whole thing about that. Like, oh man, it's so good. It's so good. And the audiobook narrator really plays up the like sort of stereotypical French accent sometimes. Or maybe that's just how it is, but so the author wanted to like have this gentleman thief face off against Sherlock Holmes, and he did that for a while, and then Arthur Conan Doyle was like, no. And so he changed it to Sherlock Sholmes. So the book that I'm listening to right now is like Arsène Lupin versus Sherlock Sholmes. I guess so. The audiobook, they've actually updated it to be Sherlock Holmes again. I think because, you know, the litigants are like well past that. It's definitely in the public domain now, I think. So I don't know. Anyway, that's what's going on with that. What was my point? Books? Oh yeah, No Starch Press. I don't learn great from books, but if you do, more power to you. So, clearing away the Supercon stuff, I did want to show you. Oh yeah, some of my travel EDC for doing media stuff, because it leads into what I'm doing today. I do a lot of cons and events and stuff, especially this year. I'm trying to reemerge out of burnout, out of being a hermit, into like society again, and like get another refresh myself on the hardware landscape. So part of that is going to a bunch of events, which I was already doing. But what I do is I tend to like shoot video and release short videos, long form videos, etc. Usually a bit more edited than this. This is my chill out channel, so you jest about Sherlock Sholmes and his associate Juan Jatson, but he does have an associate Wilson, and what's funny to me is that like in these books he's playing it up, like the way that the author, I forgot his name, writes Watson/Wilson is really insulting. He like comes off as like this sort of sycophantic hanger-on who like is constantly like repeating what Sherlock says as though it was his own idea, and like we deduced this and stuff like that, and it just comes off as this complete like sort of loser. So I'm really interested in that. Also, so he had Wilson, the assistant to Sherlock Holmes, and then also I think he also called him like, he had another really silly name for Sherlock Holmes. Oh, man, I gotta pull it up now. I can't not do this. Oh, and I first found out about this via the amazing show featuring the guy who was really good at playing this guy. It's just there's a really good Lupin show. I think it's just called Lupin. Not Lupin as in the detective, right? Isn't there like an anime prosecutor or detective or something called Lupin? Or am I thinking Detective Conan? Anyway, Wikipedia. Sorry, I'm just gonna go on a quick little detour because he also calls him Arsène Lupin contre Sherlock Sholmes, Wilson for Watson, and then also Holmlock Shears is the other name that he gave him when he was trying not to do a plagiarism or a copyright infringement. It's just like, this is an actual book cover from 1906. If you want to see what I'm looking at on the screen, go to here, by the way. Yeah, anyway, Simple Electronics says, Dr. House from House MD is named after Sherlock Holmes. Holmes House, gotcha! And his coworker and friend is called Wilson after Watson. Oh man, there's a lot of really interesting stuff when you get into like references and such. Speaking of which, okay, one more little detour. On the way to making this PCB that I'm going to be working on today, I got waylaid by a nasty cold, and I'm pulling up a thread here from Mastodon, but basically talking about this horrible cold. But then I ended up taking advantage of the time to play this game Sable, which is gorgeous. It's one of the most beautiful games I've ever seen, and I got it in the first place because the art style is heavily inspired by Mobius, aka Jean Giraud, which I'm probably mispronouncing. Just this incredible comics artist who did this. If you've seen Jodorowsky's Dune, you may have also heard about him from there, like I did. But uh, the Elincal is an incredibly gorgeous collaboration that Mobius did. Besides working on the storyboards, making these beautiful storyboards for Jodorowsky's Dune, also they collaborated on a number of graphic novels slash comics, including Elincal, and I think stuff about the Techno Baron, which is cool too. But anyway, so this game was visually inspired by that heavily. Here we go, Sable, the video game. And I've been playing it. So speaking of like little references and stuff, when you look at this screenshot in particular, there's like man, there's a hover bike with like a red trail coming out behind it. And it looks very reminiscent of the Akira bike scenes in Akira. So like when Kaneda and his motorcycle gang are fighting people at the start. So besides having like the Mobius references, there's also these gorgeous Akira references, and you see that in the trails from the bike, as well as even the dust plumes they kick up are kind of similarly colored and stuff to the ones from the bikes. Like ordinarily or like you'd think that would be exhaust, but it's actually a dust plume, which is definitely a stylistic choice, and like they do the same thing in this game. But also, when I ended up in this like salt flat area, I had a couple of times where I was like, wait a minute, it reminds me so strongly of something. And so I had to set up this like screenshot where my character is walking, or the character Sable is walking to their hover bike, because it so closely parallels this iconic shot of Kaneda from the poster where he's walking up to his bike. Okay, that's enough like screen sharing for now. But I ended up in a conversation with a bunch of people about similarly inspired. There we go. Games and media. So Scavenger's Reign, the show, is also inspired by Mobius's art. And then we've also got so Sable came after the game Sky, Children of the Light, which I haven't played. But someone said, oh, it looks like it's inspired by this other game. But then I've actually recently played Air Memories of Old, which is a lot more similar and came out first. Even the naming structure, lol. So if anyone copied anyone, they probably like copied Children of the Light, but also Air maybe copied Journey, which is a very beautiful video game with like a flying cape and you build up stamina and stuff. So anyway, that's a whole rabbit hole that if you want to see the screen shares, you can go there. But tried to walk through it. Oh yeah, and just for funsies, here's the Akira bike scene. Just like look at them trails. Ah, it's gorgeous. And there's this wonderful like drums music going on at the time. I'm gonna hope it doesn't like copyright strike me or whatever. Where's the like really zoomy scene with the stuff? Oh, check out. Oh, there we go. Beautiful. It's never a bad time to rewatch the bike scene from Akira. Just put it on YouTube and go there now. I won't be mad. Check out this console too. Okay. All right. Anyway, you can go find the artists who worked on this stuff and follow them. It's gorgeous. So enough of that. Arsène Lupin, we went over that. All right, so I need some more water. Let me know if y'all are interested in delving in any of those things. Oh. J3Z says, it's going around. I was sick at the beginning of the week and my stupid ears still clogged up. Yeah, I was sick like the week before Supercon. It was like a heavy cold. I tested a bunch, didn't have COVID, thank goodness. But I masked up and everything just to make sure I wasn't gonna give anybody anything, but like my ear was clogged up on the descent into Pasadena or LA, and it was not fun. That thing where your ear doesn't pop and you get this like massive buildup of pressure and it hurts like bejesus. Anyway, got through it. Totally worth it. Let's see. Oh hey, Gareth Franwin! Not to call you out. I'm not tracking who's around, but like good to see you. Gareth does really cool stuff, including tips and tricks for makers and tools and stuff. So let's see. Oh, I've got so much other crap to show you. Okay, so this bagel bag is apparently they've apparently been using these for years and years and years. Apex Surplus in LA or Burbank has just this incredible, ludicrous wonderland of vintage electronic parts and supplies and props and stuff. Some of which you can touch. There are so many clicky, delicious things, and some of which you can't. Some of which are modern, and some of which are ancient. So, I don't know about ancient, but like, so this emergency switch cover, right? Makes an amazing noise. This is the like, maybe $1 version of this. They also have actual vintage ones from airplanes that say emergency on them, and they're like red faded Bakelite kind of situation. And those are $20 each. So I had like 3 of those in my cart, and the guy was like, you know, those are $20 each, right? And I was like, oh, hi, I did not know that. Thank you very much. So I just got one of the other ones. But anyway, so this is my, oh, dropped a bunch of stuff. That's fine. Oh, I was going to show him a EDC, but I probably need to wrap this up. Anyway, this is a vintage Samsonite suitcase I picked up at like a garage sale years and years ago. Turns out it's the perfect vessel for this Kali Linux laptop I needed to take somewhere. Not laptop, but like Raspberry Pi box. There's a display up in the suitcase part, as well as like a power supply and a mouse. And then this little like iPad display stand that folds up, and I can put the little monitor thing on there. And then it's a Raspberry Pi 400 with a Kali Linux memory card in there, and then a little like prop for holding up a notebook if you want to transcribe stuff. So, oh dear, I messed it up. Anyways, I was at Apex Surplus, and I was like, I can justify buying some crap if I say it's gonna go with my uh-oh, no, do not put cable in suitcase hinge. If I say it's for this. It's also like, it's not like heavy, but it's not convenient. Let's just say that. Cyberdex, isn't the idea like it's supposed to be more convenient and like portable? This is not that. But it would probably survive being hurled from a high-speed vehicle if you needed to do that. So this thing is heavy duty, and it has locks on it. I have the actual key for that. So anyway, that was my excuse for getting a bunch of stuff from Apex. Oh yeah, we gotta bring back computers that come in stylish suitcases, indeed. So it's really inconvenient, but it'll be so pretty. Here's one of my favorite things I picked up. It's called a Tron clip clamp, which a bus quality product, number 5. This is so cool. And it seems to just have like this little clip. Oh, now it's not doing it. There we go. So it's got like this clip, and it's got a metal like clamp piece that you can put stuff in there and then clip it to clamp it. So I'm really curious if anyone knows what exactly this was meant for. I feel like, you know, one thing you could do with it is like connect a couple of wires or cables if you stripped them and then like clamped them together with this thing. But I don't think that's probably exactly what it is. There's also a little rubber gasket in there. So there's like a little rubber gasket, and then the metal clampy bit, and then this clip that kind of like clamps those two together. So if anyone has an idea of what this is from, I mean, I could Google it, but I haven't like done that because lots of other things to do. But check out that gorgeous knob on it though. Woo! Nobody get after me for saying gorgeous knob. I'm calling it now. In before. When you thread it in, does it clamp down the clamp? Thread it in. Oh, like when I squeeze it? That's a good point. It looks like it should, but it really does look like it should. It surely does. Yeah, it does. Oh, it totally does. Nice. Yeah. Oh, this is so cool. It even says Tron on it. Okay, very cool thingy. Anyway, I think that looks gorgeous with the... I'm just a huge sucker for, like, yellow and blue together, you know? Like, look at these. If you've seen any of my design stuff with the, like, sort of teal blue color and the gold, like, that's basically... Okay, so... Oh, something for managing cables for film production, maybe. Yeah, turn the knob clockwise, yeah. So anyway, more stuff from Apex Surplus. We got a couple of old fuse boxes. I've messed around with these before, and they're just so gorgeous. I think I have a blue one somewhere, but now we've got a little green guy, a little yellow guy. I've been getting hold of... I've been carting around some similarly aged cardstock packaging for vacuum tubes and stuff for many years, and my goal is to make a diesel punk version, or Archimedes, my robot owl. Bus fuses are also made in industrial and household types. Oh, it's the same brand, huh? A bus quality product. I guess that accounts for the similar yellow. BUSS. Okay, so then we've got little fuse. 5 quality fuses. The fuses themselves are super cute too. Look at those little guys. Don't you want to just swallow them? I want to eat them. I want to eat them with my mouth. We got a couple of cute knobs. These have kind of like a blue sheen on them, which I thought would work well with the blue thing. But I think if I try to put too many different colors of things on, it's not going to work super great. I might have to put the... Maybe I'll put the clip clamp inside it and have, like... I don't know what the knobs would be for. Like, these could kind of match, you know? But maybe for, like, volume or brightness, because those are always a pain in the butt to set on a Linux system. That's like... You know, I think about... Okay, so I'm mostly into Apple stuff, partly because they care a lot about forbidden candy. They care a lot about privacy, not because they care, but because they've kind of marketed themselves that way. And it's valid because they, unlike other companies that make phones, often do not have a like profit incentive to sell your data. That's not like... So like Google, for example, like that's their whole business, right? Is like data and selling data. And so like and also all the security people that I know, like of the major platforms, generally trust Apple more. Also, as a media person, it's really easy to airdrop files back and forth, and I do a lot of that. So media and creativity. So I like, as you may see in the future, I like draw a bunch of stuff on my iPad, then drop it to my computer, and then turn it into PCB art. So, a little bit on the EDC, and then we'll go into the PCB stuff. I think I might just make a separate video dedicated to my electronics/media EDC, but I'll give you a quick little preview. I think I've actually shot that exact video multiple times, but I hate editing. So we got a teeny tiny little multimeter and this zip bag. We got an iFixit minnow set, screwdrivers. So these we were using in the parklet to get the cases open on our badges before soldering them. I've flown now a couple of times with the iFixit Fix Hub. Just works great. Some lead-free solder. And here is, in my opinion, a pretty good innovation done. So for the last few years, I've been carrying around a manicure set. And this is amazing for not getting taken away by the TSA, but being able to do a lot of hardware stuff on the road. We got files, we got tweezers for when you're trying to solder something really hot, like put headers on an SAO at DEF CON, when there's no like tweezers around or whatever, or like really third hands. Nail cutters are amazing for cutting and stripping wires. They work just great. I usually don't use a proper wire stripper anyway. I just kind of like do it by feel and try not to like clip through the wire. So I'm comfortable using nail clippers to strip wires, but yeah. Then you got tiny little scissors. Sometimes it's useful. Also, it's very sharp, so that's good. And it's a really teeny tiny blade, so the TSA never takes it, which is nice. There's also These I got out of a little Kickerland sewing kit, travel sewing kit. Doop, doop. They do the thing. They're so cute, and I used them a lot on this trip for doing. Let's just go straight into the PCB stuff. So, what I'm doing today. An hour into the stream, technically 45 minutes into the stream because I was messing around trying to get Instagram to work and like set up this stupid little sign in a good way that worked. So, hey, what's up, people? I know you. So if you want to see what I'm doing on the desktop and or screen, go to this place. But if you just want to hang out and chat, you can do that here. So let's see. As I mentioned, you can go find. Oh yeah, man, I gotta do more on the talks later on, but I'll just tell you real quick that Semichem Cars talk was amazing. I also saw. Let's see. Daryl Strauss's talk about covert metastatic communication, and there was a great talk. Here we go. And there's an amazing talk by Cyril Engman about how to make robots seem alive, which, as someone who builds companion bots, is extremely relevant to my interests. My own ones have been broken for a while. I fixed Archimedes this year, but then I think as of this Supercon, he's just completely busted again because he was cobbled together from zombie parts from previous versions. So anyway, really cool talks. You can check them out already. And then I also brought some of this, but I'll show you that on screen. Let's see. Show. Desktop camera, where are you? It hates me. That's what's happening. Okay, so on YouTube/Twitch/LinkedIn, I am pulling up the camera. Why is it upside down? Oh, it's mirrored, I see. Okay, anyway, so we got the badge here from Supercon. I want to talk to you for a second about convergent evolution. So I'm designing something that is a sort of logical follow-up. Oh, yes. Okay, so we can't just skip over the silicone self-fusing tape. All right, so this is another thing that I ordered this before Supercon. Got a few rolls so that I could share. This is on iFixit. It's called silicone electrical tape. I think it's a bit of a misnomer, but I get what they're trying to do there. It's self-fusing silicone tape. So what you do with it is you take a little piece, and I'm going to show this on the desktop. Basically, it's like heat shrink, but it can be any size. You can put it on after you have already soldered everything together, and looks like this. And it fuses into one solid blob after you activate it. So what we want to do is just like pull and tug it. And I'm going to actually show you this on an actual thing that I want to do. Because what I also think it'll be great for is, it's kind of warming up too. You can pull and stretch it as much as you want. And I've got these hubs, like USB hubs, that always, you know, on a USB dongle, like you always have problems with the dang joints like dying. Well, I'm going to reinforce those with this stuff. And then, you know, they used to market Suguru this way, but this, I think, works better because it just really adheres into this blob. And it's kind of pretty, too, honestly. But anyway, so this will just become one solid blob. And it will insulate things electronically, but it also gives a little bit of just extra mechanical stability. And in my opinion, it's sort of more like a heat shrink substitute than an electrical tape substitute. Although electrical tape is kind of terrible anyway for most applications. So that's what that is. You can get it on iFixit for like $5.60 a roll. Right now, I'm pulling this up on the YouTube stream. Pardon me, stream. Speaking of forbidden candy, this absolutely looks like the forbidden fruit by the foot, doesn't it? It's so edible. It's so edible, and yet so not. If not snack, then why snack shaped? Ah, it looks so nice. So anyway, that's that silicone tape. I've been talking about it for a few weeks, and I finally got my hands on some. Gave a bunch of people some at Supercon in the alley just to be like, try this stuff, it's so cool. As a professional mechanic, says Simple Electronics, I hate electrical tape. 4-to-1 resin impregnated heat shrink for the win. Ha! I think is 4:1 the like shrink ratio. It like gets 4 times smaller. Let's see. I kind of do a hack that does a similar thing to that, I think. So it's probably not as strong heat-wise, but I usually apply my heat shrink like a little bit larger than I actually need, or get as close as possible. But especially for things where you're doing a joint with different sizes of things like this, butting up next to each other. Basically, I put the heat shrink on, solder my joint, or then slide the heat shrink down, and then I just squirt a ton of hot glue into it. And what that does is it simultaneously shrinks the heat shrink around your thing, and it like fills it up with hot glue, and it'll squeeze. You got to be careful because it'll squeeze hot glue out all over your fingies if you're not careful, which I have done so many times. But that's why we got the spudger in our little manicure kit, right? So like, I'll show you the like implement that I didn't mention in the manicure kit is this like little. I think it's got some mysterious function to do with your nail cuticles, like pushing them around for some reason. I never quite grasped that, but that's what this is for like pushing hot glue around and 3D printing pen filament just while it's hot so that you don't burn yourself, which I always do anyway, so clearly that works great. Anyway, so it's good stuff. Okay, so confirmed that that is what the heat shrink is. Apparently you can get it in 5-meter lengths from AliExpress, very inexpensive. Jay has tried the hot glue technique and got more hot glue on me than on the part. I mean, ideally you wouldn't have a huge amount of hot glue on the part anyway, so maybe that's a win, but I think I've gotten pretty. I'm not gonna lie. I actually am still not very good at like figuring out exactly how much I need, but also hot glue is cheap, so I just kind of like I use a silicone baking mat for my desk. I set the hot glue gun on that. The hot glue doesn't stick to the silicone baking mat. This is not that. This is a spoil board from a PCB stencil order. Doesn't matter. But anyway, and then yeah, you just literally pick it up off the mat. It's fine. And then it doesn't matter how much you use. Okay, so what I'm doing today is basically finishing my PCB design for this concept, which allows me to carry micro SD cards around in jewelry. PCB jewelry, circuit board jewelry. So I've been doing circuit board jewelry for ages. This is not mine. That was an example. But I'll show you what I do, again, for like carting media around and doing video, right? Those files are large. So, oh yeah. Yeah, you can just get a, I saw, okay, sorry, another tangent. I saw at Supercon, someone had these tiny little baking mats like this big that were like fiberglass impregnated. I could just like cut down a silicone baking mat. I think that would probably work as well, if not better, because it's very flexible and very light and doesn't like, you can cut it down further to any size without like getting all the itchies and scratchies. But anyway, yeah, totally a fan of baking mats for doing electronics on. It makes just sense, So anyway, this is something I've been using for my, oh, you know what? I should reinforce this so it doesn't die. I've been using this for basically moving media files around. So after each event, I back up the event's media, photos and videos, onto a micro SD card, which plugs right into my phone. I've noticed that iPhone has, I think this is apparently a known issue where like iPhones will now stop. They keep getting mad at me and being like, oh, I can't power an entire USB item. Why would you think I could power a USB device like a flash drive? And I'm like, you used to always do that. This same phone was totally capable of that like a year ago. And yet it tells me that it doesn't have the power to support the like USB device. So I can't use flash drives anymore, but that's just as well because these are tiny. And so I've just got like a little micro SD card inside of a USB adapter inside of an adapter that changes it to lightning for the iPhone, and that makes it so that I can cart around 256 gigs of media like this, and then I can take it off of my phone to save space so that it's functional. And then if I want to like go back and make a video with some older media, like I've got a bunch of stuff filmed but not edited from across the years, or like something from an old project, I've got archival stuff in there. Even like series, like I have this jet shift series. I don't know if y'all remember the tilt shift craze of a few years ago, but basically like you would tilt the camera real quick and it would give the illusion of things being tiny because of the way the focus goes. But it turns out that the same phenomenon happens when you're on an airplane and the exhaust from the jets blurs things. So I've had a lot of fun like capturing tiny stuff, tiny looking stuff from the air during like takeoff and landing. Did I mention that I have tended to do a bunch of travel, but I try to do more train stuff these days for carbon reasons. Anyway, I store that stuff on these micro SD cards and usually just cart them around like this. But what I'd love is to combine my love of designing PCB jewelry with this thing where I need to cart a bunch of media files around on micro SD cards. So I purchased some sockets. I actually got full sockets, full-size sockets at the start. Where's my little I got a box full of components for this, and this is my little pouch of one of each component that I'm trying to model, make custom components for in KiCad. And I've done most of that already. I'm just doing them as footprints right now, and later on I might make matching schematic symbols, but right now I'm just trying to like make hand-drawn and hand-created circuits and it'll be fine. Anyway, so I've got like, this is the full-size one. And where's the half size? Just like, here we go. And my friend Nick Poole, he used to work at SparkFun, told me about how they used for one of their ESP32, I think, thing boards, used these half-size ones. And I was like, what's going on there? I really like the push sockets because they're the clicky ones where like you push it in to insert it and then you push it again and it like kicks it out with a spring. But turns out, so that's what I got first. Turns out that they're quite fragile and it's hard to attach them to stuff. These ones in particular have very, very tiny soldering spots, and I don't trust that mechanical connection really. I don't have to make an electrical connection because I'm not trying to make an adapter. I'm just trying to make jewelry with circuit boards that hides or holds micro SD cards so that I can keep track of them. And I think in the future it would be cool to make one with like my passport scan and like my health documents and stuff, just as like emergency backup stuff. And it's like I'll always have it on me, you know, but no one will know, so it won't get like, you know, I won't have problems. I don't know, I'm paranoid. That's what being a femtech person on the internet will do to you after 10 years. But anyway, so Nick told me, aka North Allen Poole, one of the most cyberpunk people I've ever known, told me about these half-height or half-size micro SD card sockets that they used on one of their boards at SparkFun. And I was like, huh, push-pull, not as cool as push-push, but it seems more resilient, and I gave it a try, and it's so much better. It's so much better because there's so much less friction in this socket. So here's, I wanted to have a working prototype before Supercon. Did not get that to happen, but what I did bring was this like another kind of tape, this like rocket tape or something they call it, or I don't know. It's this like, you know, double-sided sticky tape, but it's like clear and squishy, and it's really sticky. That's where it does this. I'll show you on the desktop. If you're watching this on Instagram, I'm streaming this live on other platforms, and if you go to this link, you will be able to see what I'm looking at on my desk or on the screen. So anyway, I made this prototype, and it worked really well. So there's less friction in the socket, and you can literally just like grab it out. But it's also pretty secure, it feels like. So I've got it set so that it's like gravity and stuff, but especially if you had this like sandwich between two boards, imagine like, so here's I showed this LED blinky I made a few years ago, / functioning guitar pick / earring, and you could have these like sandwiched together so that the board was held securely, and then you could have the blinky in the back and the main earring design in the front with the thing. And you could like combine it with all kinds of stuff. So my goal today is basically to make this into a PCB, and maybe as a stretch goal have a shiny thing, but I think I might just do a few different designs and have that be my thing. I was going to talk about convergent evolution and other things, so it's kind of a continuation as well of my charmware project, which overlaps with my it ended the Instagram video for some reason. I'm just going to start another one. I don't want to share it. I'm just going to discard it. I'm going to start another one. Haha. Sorry, one moment. There we go. All right. Restarted that. Okay, so isn't KiCad great? Says Simple Electronics. Literally the only reason I could get into PCB designing. All right, so hello Instagram. I'm starting a new stream because it just killed the one I was doing. Basically, I am live hacking on KiCad, making a PCB jewelry piece that holds a micro SD card so I can store data more easily and cart it around because I do media stuff. And I'm live streaming that. You'll be able to see my desktop of literally my desktop and also my computer desktop with the software if you go to Yonder or any of my other channels with the computer hookup. Anyway, check it out. So, but I'm streaming here just because I got a bunch of people here who might be interested, and I'm bad at posting on Instagram these days. So, this is where to see like most of the crap I'm doing. Anyway, yeah, KiCad is wonderful. So, convergent evolution. Basically, what I'm doing is a continuation of one of my prior projects called Charmware, which is modular tech jewelry from like, it was definitely before 2018. I think I started out calling it PC Beads. Maybe it was 2018. You know, I'd believe that. But check it out. So they were these like specially designed thingies. I'm gonna avoid spending a bunch of brain power running through that right now because I need to get into the design part of the process. So if you want to see that, go to that place. Anyway, Charmware. But you may notice similarities to other systems as well. And in my opinion, this is an example of convergent evolution. So I'm going to show you some other boards that I love that kind of like overlap with this concept of PCB jewelry. And I've actually got a couple more that I forgot to bring up. But it turns out that when you're designing this kind of thing, there's a few aspects that kind of tend to make a lot of sense. And so besides the Charmware, I also have been working on this personal sort of brain device called the Pomander. This is one that I made a few years ago. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work, and I never really figured out why. I think I was doing something too fancy with the Seed Studio Xiao here. What year was this? 2023, okay. So that was my like first PCB go at it. And since then, I would like to show you the Unmore. Or actually, you know what? First up, here's Kitty Young's flower brooch, which is a Bluetooth low energy Xiao powered device, and it's got these NeoPixel LEDs that are RGB programmable, and this is a meditation breathing timer that I programmed with that. But the device is by Kitty Young, who I'm going to pull up on the screen here. It's got a vibration motor. You've got, this is actually capacitive touch sensor, vibration motor. Here's our LEDs, showing this on the desktop. USB-C connector. You've got a power switch, which is vital, in my opinion, for anything wearable. And then a pin and stuff. This is honestly really close to my ideal device for making what I call mind-altering gadgets, so stuff that help you make your brain work well. But I just, I've got a different aesthetic, as you can tell. So I wanted to basically I've been wanting to make sort of my own platform for this stuff for years and years. But this kitties one is my main inspo for, like, I don't know, it's just so well done. And it sort of showed me that you can just make your own Xiao board, which I knew intellectually, but like, man, wait, does this actually have a Xiao on it? Or is it just sort of like, oh, it doesn't have one attached. But I was like, I can use a Xiao for that. Anyway, so other examples of similar things in the genre. We've got Chipperdoodle's Anwar series, which, look at this gorgeous thingy. I'm going to show you on Instagram in a second. This is a little wearable platform that does much the same concept as the Pomander. So you'll see that, like, multiple of us have come up with this similar concept, but we're all executing it in different ways, which I love. And I think that a lot of people have a sort of, tech people anyway, have sort of like a dream object that would be like your personal little item. And so here's another object that's really just jewelry, but this is by California Steam, and it uses a supercapacitor for power, which I think is probably the future of, like, wearable stuff. It's just so much better than going through a million CR2032 batteries every time you run out of battery on your Blinky. Although, regular lipos are good too. And my friend Cedric showed me these bizarre tubular batteries, not unlike teeny tiny versions of what they have in vapes. I'm gonna show that right now though, because I can't find it. Oh, here we are. But I'll pull up some pictures on the screen. So years ago, I was messing around with different ways to get my brain to work, and I found these caffeine vapes. All I ever got out of this was a sore throat, which sucks because I tried it for the first time right before giving a talk. There's no nicotine in here. It was just a caffeine and L-theanine device. But anyway, if you take apart any of these, like, cigarette-shaped ones, you'll find a long cylindrical battery, and there's even tinier ones that you can use for wearables, and I think those are pretty cool. Gonna try and pull it up on the screen here. But so there's all these different devices that people are making for their own usage. I think it was early in the weekend. I'm scrolling desperately through my Supercon media to try and pull this up on the YouTube screen. Here we go. Yes. Okay. I'll just grab all of these photos. Why not? And pull it up on the screen real quick. Yeah, I know. People are flipping out a little bit about the caffeine vapes. Again, I only tried it once. It gave me a horrible sore throat right before a big talk I was giving. It was horrible. Never did it again. Oh, hey, Marufa, what's up? Hello. Aloha back to you. Happy Friday. Yeah, I haven't done any Space Song Sundays in a while because I've been doing all the events and also getting finally back into electronics, but I will continue those for sure. Caffeine vapes, oh lord. That's almost as terrifying as those dip pouches full of pre-workout. Oh, that doesn't sound like fun. Okay. Yeah, no. That's a sentence. Okay, so also I missed a comment from Simple Electronics. I know it isn't about the Xiao board specifically, but I've been loving the RP2040-0 and ESP32-S3-0 boards. They're similarly sized and dirt cheap from the usual offshore suspects. Ah, ha, cool. So the ones I'm talking about right now, just for everyone's reference, there are two similar ones. The Xiao series, which just means Xiao is small in Mandarin. So you got these from Seed Studio, and they got a whole series of them with different chips, and like some of them have cameras, some have microphones, some have like accelerometers and other sensors and stuff. And then there's a very similar series from Adafruit called the Cutie Pie, because they're programmed with MicroPython, CircuitPython. Okay, so Adafruit has their own sort of fork of and sort of adaptation of MicroPython called CircuitPython. And anyway, that's why these are called QtPy. It's such a good name. They're so good with naming. Anyway, so sounds like there's a similar thing called the, and I assume they have, yeah, they have other chips as well. 0 microcontroller. Let's see. It's a little confusing because Raspberry Pi, who make the RP2040, also make Raspberry Pi 0 and 02 and 02W, etc. Which is a totally different thing. It's a Pi in a form factor like this. And so, very confusing, but that's fine. We got a spammer from Twitch. That's fun. I don't know how to block that from here. I think I'd have to pull up Twitch itself, so whatever. I've got a couple of those too. Planning to use them as a replacement for the old Adafruit Blue Friend TTL serial to Bluetooth serial boards for a Commodore 64 project. Cool. TTL serial to Bluetooth serial. Huh. Waveshare. Waveshare? Oh, that's... I see. Here we go. RP24 T-0. There's also these stamp boards, which some of these M5 stack boards. So this is like an ESP32S3 stamp. I'm going to show this on the screen as well. 1 second. Which is a little bit larger. But check out the documentation on this. M5 Stack always has the most incredible documentation, like self-documented boards, like every pin labeled and all that good stuff, multicolor labels and whatnot. I'm gonna get this off the screen because everyone hates it, rightfully so. I've just kept it around because like I wanted to harvest the battery out of it, and also it's interesting to include in the mind-altering gadgets talk. Okay, I can feel my brain melting. Give me 2 seconds. TTL serial to Bluetooth HID. Human input. Solder party ones? Oh, yes, the M5. Okay, anyway, I don't need to read the chat out loud. Anyway, point being, a lot of people have different iterations on the same concept, and it's awesome. And so I've been trying to figure out... I've actually been actively trying to take my ideas and make them less like Chipperdoodle's Anwar boards, because they're gorgeous and they're awesome, and they are also quite similar to the kind of stuff that I would do if I'm trying to like... For example, I was designing the Palmander with 2 boards. So, like, I was designing it to basically live in a little orb, like a little potpourri pot almost, where this would live on the base, and you'd use it to, like, configure it. And then there'd be a faceplate. I'm even using his terminology, their terminology. There'd be another plate with, like, a set of NeoPixels on it. And, like, that would be at the top and be your sort of display. And so figuring out different ways to connect those, I had these 2 contacts here. I think I had some other... Oh yeah, underneath the haptic vibration motor. So this is the sort of like standalone build where you'd have just this as a pendant, but then also you could build it as a 2-piece thing. And in that case, there's like underneath the haptic motor, there's another connector that you would shunt through to the top board. I think I'm just going to start though by doing these little jewelry guys and work up to that when I eventually work out the kinks in my KiCad system. Simple Electronics says, my boards are all function, no form. I envy the form and function crew. Yeah. Well, it's a strong aesthetic desire of my mind to have, like, you know, my tools be aesthetically pleasing. And it's just, it also is like a very easy source of inspiration. Like, if you want to make an art board, I just can't make a PCB that doesn't function, but there's all this different stuff I use PCBs for. So, pulling stuff back up on the screen again, here are those batteries that I was talking about that my friend Cedric had, and it's like 322. I think this might be a CR322. Let me look it up. CR. So, in the normal, in alignment with the normal naming systems, where like a CR2032 is 20 millimeters by 3.2 millimeters, and 18650 is 180. No, that can't be right. 18650. I'm gonna pull out the little ruler on this one and have a look at it with my face. I think it's 18 wide millimeters and then 65 long. That seems about right. Wait, I've got one here. Where'd it go? Got all these 18650 batteries. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that seems about right. So we got also, if you are allergic to me doing everything kind of by squinting at it. So I think the cell inside of here is about 65 millimeters. So I'm just measuring this. I usually do most of my measurements for PCB art just by squinting at it. If that offends you, time to tune out. Sorry. So size of batteries, yes. This is a wonderful PCB, by the way. This is one of my favorites ever, and it's so simple. This is Evil Mad Scientist's PCB ruler, and I use this every single day, I would say. It's just so elegant, and it's got nice little rounded corners. I'm not sure what the holes are for, but maybe somebody can tell me. But this is like the perfect little thing that you could, make alongside another PCB that you were already making to sort of use up the space or something. It's just gorgeous and so functional, and the size and shape are just so good. Anyway, this is a PCB ruler from Evil Mad Scientist. So anyway, I aspire to have mine be so elegant. I do have my own PCB ruler. Actually, this brings me into the discussion of art. So what I'm going to put on these ones really quickly is, I'm going to save this for later. So anyway, here's this like USB charger for these CR322 or whatever batteries. A little more focus there. Yeah, there we go. 322, 316, and 311. You got 3 different lengths that are all 3 millimeters wide. With this adorable little USB charger. Check that out. Talking about alpenglow. Oh yeah, another thing with convergent evolution. I'm looking at stuff on my screen, by the way. If you're on Instagram and you want to see it, go to here. But sweet V-Moto plans. Thanks. I probably should cover up the Hackster logo on these because I got these when I was full-time at Hackster. Because I was like, we should have some branding on there. And I'm not. This is not a Hackster stream. This is just a me stream, so I probably should cover that up. Don't tell. Hola desde Argentina. Hola, ¿cómo te va? Es un placer. So. Anyway. Convergent evolution in boards. I've been talking about Charmware, and I'm basically looking to expand these now and make more little utilities. And I thought about calling them gems for a second, but then like Ruby has gems, and but really that's sort of what I want them to be, just like little tiny chainable devices for various things, including like wearables that I make. This is one called the Star. Very imaginative, I know, but I'm going to be updating this. But anyway, the idea is that it is a module that holds a surface mount, LED or resistor. This could be like a little reed switch. This is the right size for a through-hole resistor, or you could do an LED or whatever, and then you have contacts, and then these are physical, pardon me, holes for mechanical connection. And I'll do a whole video on all the Charmware stuff I've done in the future. Oh, you can kind of see like how it's used for strain relief here. Again, if you're on Instagram, I'm putting stuff on my screen, which you can see here. So anyway, that's Charmware, and yeah, other people are doing really cool stuff with the same kind of concept, just like a little tiny thing. And this isn't really a groundbreaking concept anyway, and I also obviously am not the first to do it. I'm just saying that like I'm kind of taking extra care to make mine be like distinctive. There we go. Ooh, coins all be gone. That's so good. Anyway, Carrie's doing amazing stuff at Alpenglow, like replacing coin cells in devices with USB power and larger lipos. So good. This is the Anwar system by Chipperdoodles, which is still available for pre-order. And then you can design your own face plates for it. I'll show you that real quick on my desktop. Again, on there. So this is the Anwar system. And they've also got supercapacitors inside of here. So we've got supercaps on this guy from California Steam, which runs a bunch of... I should actually turn that on for you. Is it just a button? Yeah. Wow, so bright. And yeah, no coin cells anywhere. Makes me really happy. This also has a pretty cool little UI. But anyway, supercaps inside of there, and then this is a swappable faceplate, and then here's another one. You can see this little 10-pin connector on the back of here. I'll show you on Instagram real quick. Here we go. Here's the Anwar unit as a whole. Isn't that gorgeous? This is by Chipperdoodles. And then here's an alternative faceplate. So you can swap these out, you can design your own, and there's a little programmer device that comes with it, a little programming adapter, basically, that allows you to do that. Kind of like with the Tiny Lily, which is one of my greatest inspirations. I should pull that up real quick. It's the tiniest, like, actual functional Arduino, and the most useful for like teeny tiny wearables and jewelry that I've ever seen, unless you're like doing your own from an @tiny. Let's see, Tiny Lily, and not the Lily Tiny, because there's apparently a Lily Tiny that's a whole different thing, but this is, I'm talking seriously small, and I've used these before in various devices. So good. Oh wait. Here we go. I can pull up an example. So these are this is sort of a list of my mind-altering gadgets. Again, sorry, I'm looking at the screen, which is here. Let's see, where's the... Oh, here we go. Nautilus Mind Dependent from 2015. Just like super early, terrible, spiderwebby 3D prints. I think this was from during a hackathon. Oh yeah, here we go. It's literally just a timer with a haptic vibe buzzer and a switch and a CR2032 coin cell battery in a holder. And I crammed it into this little horrible 3D printed enclosure, and I used it to sort of remind myself to check in with myself and be mindful. So, well, you can see the bits here. Kind of. So, point being, that's another really teeny tiny little device. I'm looking at making like an @tiny to NeoPixel controller adapter power thing, and that's going to be awesome. Going to YouTube. Gotcha. Yeah. That's where you can see what I'm talking about on the screen. So, sorry for everyone who's not on Instagram and can already see, but whatever. This is the first time I'm doing it this way, so the stream, that is. And then here is that brooch I showed you before. Oh, hold up. Here we go. By Kitty Young, aka Art by Physicist, who also has her own like fashion label and gives really cool talks about making fashion more sustainably. So anyway, I interviewed her about it these many years ago. That's a long time ago. And she's also got this fashion label you can check out, Art by Physicist. So, she also is a quantum computerer. She made a cartoon book to teach you about quantum computing. Kitty Young. So cool. Art by Physicist. What the heck? Never seen those. I'm assuming that this is about the... Sorry for the derpy voice. That's not how I'm imagining your voice. But anyway, yeah, are you talking about these? Because they are so tiny. And I'm shocked that they aren't, like, better known because they're so good. So, quite charming. Haha. So we gotta get, like, charmware. Ooh, so Macmaniacal says, I was interested in any rechargeables that small. Coin cells seem like they would be expensive to wear them continuously. Yes, and not great for the environment, obviously. So that's why I'm really excited that people are embracing supercapacitors. And I want to learn about this deep magic here because, yeah. So here's one, and it just recharges off of 5 volts USB with a USB-C charger. I have learned from various devices that if you're using a USB-C connector, you want to be careful with which cable you use, or it can be easiest if you have any charging issues to use a USB-A to C one, because USB-C is the same on both ends. So they have to use a number of different techniques to make them so the devices know which one is charging off of the other, which is sometimes not as obvious as it should be. So there's like a couple of resistors that they include in some cables it will actually tell it which end is which, but if you have trouble with your thing not charging off a USB-C, just try using a USB-A to C cable, and yeah. Oh no, the eensy little batteries! Coin cells have pretty crap energy density and current delivery as well. Okay, so we gotta look at a talk for this Carrie of Alpenglow, I just mentioned here, with the cool little battery adapters and stuff. Gave an incredible talk at Teardown this year. Let's see. And I think they have finally gotten their talks up. Teardown, crowd supply. Let's see. Oh, yeah, this is from last year. Ah, here we go. 2025. Okay. No, show me the actual list, please. So, Carrie. Here we go. Carrie Sundra gave the woes of putting a battery in it, and this talk is just incredible. I'm going to drop this in the chat because everyone should have it. Speaking of the chat, on YouTube / Twitch. I can't post to LinkedIn for some reason, but anyway, that is the link to Carrie's talk. If you want to learn more, you may already know all this stuff, sorry, but she also has some really great diagrams and stuff like this. Like, I think there's a peach for butt emoji that's like for how much of a pain in the butt it is. Yeah, oh, these little butts along the bottom there. It was a great talk. If you want to learn about different types of batteries and their energy density and like different trade-offs with like how complicated it is to ship and like if you can ship a product that uses the thing and like stuff like that, it's a really useful talk. Also, info about supercaps and alkalins and zinc air batteries and stuff too. Real cool. Robots, robots! Hey! Good to see you on YouTube. Re supercapacitor is not a wearable, but the HoloSun SCS red dot sight uses a solar charger and supercapacitor to maintain 20,000 hours-ish of charge with just sporadic exposures to sunlight. That's so cool! Ah, I gotta check this out. HoloSun SCS. Oh wait, SCS, yeah. Sight. Oh man, that's so exciting. Oh, I love that kind of thing. Just have a look at this one. It's new. It should have a... Oh, does SCS is like that supercapacitor sight or something? Green. What about red? Oh yeah, solar charging. Huh! Oh man, I'm tempted to get one. They're so expensive though. But if I had disposable cash, I would totally just get one of these to like pull it apart and try to make some jewelry out of it. Or like, check out deconstruct their circuit, reverse engineer what exactly they're doing. I mean, it can't be that hard, right? Like it's a supercapacitor and some solar power. I'm sure that like there's more efficient ways to go about that. But anyway, so back to the comments. Save to watch later. Yes! Everybody go watch Carrie's talk from Teardown. It's so good. I never heard of people actually using supercapacitors. I thought those were impossible at room temp. Am I misremembering, or did I miss some kind of scientific breakthrough? I don't know. It's quite possible that there's some other thing that you're remembering that would be the same, or maybe not. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go take a snack break. Not a snack break. I'm going to take a quick bio break, and I'll be back in like 2 seconds. It's only a matter of time before Big Clive tears one down. Yeah. Big Clive, the OG creator of the Jewel Thief, one of my favorite circuits. Oh man, there's so much to talk about, but I really got to work on these PCBs or I'm going to never get them done. I love this though. This is like, I didn't do a Tuesday update this week, or I think last week because I was like ill / preparing for Supercon / coming down from Supercon and recuperating. So this is sort of like Tuesday update and Instagram experiment all in one. I'm going to end my live on here. Go check out YouTube if you want to join the chat and continue watching. See ya. Huh, cool. So, I shall BRB, and I should make another one of these little slides that says coming back shortly. The story with this, by the way, is I'll just show you real quick. This skateboard, I did not make this. I also did not make the little enamel pins with my face on them. Uh, I got a call while I was brushing my teeth one morning, years and years ago, about did I want to be on a skateboard? And I was like, sure. And Hackster, aka actually mostly Adam Benzian, made this got someone to design this ludicrous thing, which I adore. I'm not even that good at skateboarding. I kind of suck at it, but that's what this is. And I decided to turn that graphic basically into this because it's too cool. This is 100% human made from like 2016, 17 or something. I don't know. But check that out. Mechatronic Rhino. So I'll be back in a second. I'm just gonna do the thing. BRB. You interviewed Big Clive? Oh, I'm so jealous. Please drop the podcast link in the chat and I will have a look. Oh, you know what? It's probably just Simple Electronics, isn't it? Oh. Okay, I'll go check that out. Yeah, please. BRB. All right, cool. Thanks. I always forget to unmute. Classic Alex behavior. So, maybe you can drop like, just tell us what platform it is, like YouTube or Instagram, and then like maybe in another one tell us the username, and we will go find it, or just the title of the thing if it's something super distinctive. I imagine that Simple Electronics gets a lot of namespace collisions. But maybe your SEO is just that good. Here we go. I will check that out. Thank you all for telling me that I was muted, by the way. I gotta put this in quotes. Simple Electronics Podcast. That's what I get for being unoriginal. Well, we're going to. I mean, it's very self-explanatory. Like, we know what that is, so here we go. Learning electronics should be simple. Neat. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm gonna check these out later. Subscribe. What do we got? Oh, you got nice graphics too. Hey, love to see it. And no, like, YouTube face. I put my face on mine just because, like, it's true that YouTube thumbnails with faces tend to do better, but also I don't know if, like, there's a thing about, like, if you're not doing the YouTube face, you know, like I'm not even gonna say he who must not be named. Pardon me while I sort my tabs out. I'm trying to not overwhelm people. Oh, here's the full image that was on the. Well, this is the horizontal version. Robot eye and a big Hackster logo and a little robot guy and like a satellite. Anyways, now is the time when we will look at the entire screen over there, and I'm gonna show you what's shaking in KiCad. So I'm gonna stop screen sharing that. I'm gonna add this whole display, which is terrifying to me because I always forget stuff and it's horrible. So add that, and then I'm gonna pull KiCad over there. So this is where we actually get down to business. I'm very excited about it. Okay, so it took me a while to remember about KiCad's thing where you like you scroll to the middle of the screen or of what you're trying to look at. Just put your cursor where you want to go, and then it sort of centers on that. Oh, you got Electro Boom on too? That's so cool. I hate the fact that this thumbnail face. I know, right? Why? Because as human biological creatures, it is my endless dismay that, like, we can understand our brains as much as we want, but we can't just not feel stuff. And, you know, the whole "you are not immune to propaganda." I absolutely am not. And, like, you know, emotions and, like, insecurities and all that good stuff. Like, you can know as much as you want about it, but it still doesn't make you not do it. Or burnout or whatever. Did I actually show you the inside of the Anwar, or did I just yap about it? Let's have a quick look at that again real quick, because I'm not sure that I did. I want you to actually see, since we're talking about supercapacitors. Reverse yoink. I always want to say yoink, but it's not. Well, it sort of was a yoink. I yoinked the top of the bottom off of it. We got some intense sunlight coming in. That's kind of awesome. Anyway, we got a little Vichy super cap in there, so you can see the different, like, form factors we've got going on. This is California Steam. This is Chipperdoodles. Just really appreciate both of these people doing what they're doing. Incredible stuff. And so you got our little switch on there, turns it on. I think it was off, so I'm gonna put it off again. And then you've got these swappable faceplates like I was talking about with that 10-pin connector. I have had a little bit of trouble lining that up in the past. Where'd the other faceplate go? Oh, it's in here. I know, right? The God ray illuminating the board. It's kind of cool. I don't have to pull these up on the screen anymore because they're just along the side there. That's really cool. And I have stopped streaming to Instagram, so I'm not going to keep doing asides to them because too much of this is going to be on screen in KiCad. So the best way I've found to do these is actually to align the holes for the standoffs and then try to just, like, feel out where the pins are rather than vice versa. Then there's, like, this little 3D printed standoff thingy which gives you a little spot for a lanyard, I'm assuming. That's some good illumination. Dang. Take that, Graham. Yeah, Instagram. Get out of here, losers. Let me see. Oh, yeah, some nice, like, indirect lighting on that bad boy. Look at how pretty. I gotta say, though, this, like, white and gold one, pretty great. I kind of prefer it to this one, even though this one has a cool, like, protective message or whatever. There we go. Put this back together so I don't lose the screws, which I would do immediately otherwise. Wow, this lighting is ludicrous. I love it. The sun is a deadly laser. I mean, okay, I acknowledge the joke. I have things we could say about lasers, but I'm sure that you also know it is not a laser. Maybe you're doing a reference I did not catch. Chose the perfect time of day to do this. Yeah. Well, perfect time of day to just stare at my monitor for ages in a second here. Oh, I forgot to drink my yogurt drink. Ah! Gotta give myself some calories here. Everybody remind me to feed myself, please. I'm a functional human. Similarly, I can know all I need to about, like, feeding myself and whatever, but I still need to do it. Isn't that beautiful? That's just lovely. Oh, and then it's got the little LED that goes in the middle. This is another one I had to stop myself from covertly involving because I don't want to like have it be too similar, but I really want to make some with Archimedes the owls. My owls, robot eyes are currently moonstones backlit by LEDs, and so I really want to do one with like cabochons, like labradorites or moonstones over LEDs, and I think it'll be beautiful. But I had to like, yeah, I'll just do it. Screw it. Who cares if it's similar? I know that I'm an original person, and also it's okay to do stuff that's similar to other people. Thank you. Oh, don't forget to feed the carpet monster. It's daily component sacrifices. Okay, so actually I have a thing for that. Aha! It is a reference to a Flash cartoon. I see. That makes sense. It sounds like something you'd see on like albino black sheep or whatever like that. I'm a find my laser. Okay, oh yes. I actually think that like skirts and kilts are the ideal electronics garb because stuff falls off your desk and it falls right into your lap, and then you're good. So I have a hardwood floor, but I also have like a skirt on, and it deals with that problem pretty well. I just gotta say. But maybe that just means that the carpet monster is gonna come for me. So, all right. So here's what I'm working with right now. I've got a prior design with this kite that I sort of resurrected from an old design. There's actually an edge cut here that you can't see that cuts out the top of that A. It's sort of like an Art Deco version of my initials, and this was like an LED blinky. Ah, aprons work too, of course. And then this is like a rectangular version that I was like, oh, this would be cool to do. This is an updated guitar pick using the same outline as my older one. Only this one, originally I was going to do it mostly through hole. I am, no matter what, updating the switch to be a bigger, chunkier one because that was a pain in the butt on my existing guitar pick one. So you can see some stuff I've been playing around with in terms of placement. Here's the little CR1225 battery holder, which I'd love to do a super cap, but I'm not there yet. This is a footprint I slapped together, actually in Procreate. You can see the little drawing lines. That's one way to fill it stuff, right? Anyway, from the data sheet of this micro SD card holder, this is an old design that I made ages ago. This luck die, I call it. It's just always rolling sixes. And you can see that sort of some of the concepts are like make your own luck, which would go around this, and then roll with it is what it says on my suitcase. And then we got ride fast, take chances, which is something I adopted from a friend of mine. But I think what I'm gonna do is do something really, really, really minimal, like not even light up, just hold the micro SD card, because I think there's gonna be some interesting ways to like solder this together, have something that looks pretty, and have it like be in the middle of other like assemblies without it necessarily functioning as a circuit, because the idea is not to have these function as a circuit. It's just to store them. So, although I might make one in the future that does an actual like breadboard adapter or something. So I'm going to make a very small shape around this. I'm going to add a new one. Here's my Art Deco earring PCB situation. Here's my Charmware logo. I don't think it's exactly like the original one, but it's close enough. It's very small anyway. Guitar pick outline. So I'm just sort of rebuilding my component libraries and making a bunch of my own custom components. Here's again. And these will eventually be like made cuter and more fancy. This one, I tried to recreate an old smiley face button I had, but this one came out a little manic. Ferrite core. I'll be adding more labeling to that. Just a random power header. We got I copied this in from a SparkFun library where it's just like these nice friction fit header mounts. At Tiny, I made an old one that said I'm tiny on it, but anyway, I'm trying to make kind of a coherent design language here, so you can see that I started by making these little pointy guys, and that led to making those Halloween-themed circuits. Here's the big micro SD card holder that I'm not going to end up using. Here's a new one with the small stuff. It's really just a copper layer and a mask layer, and I don't even have any like courtyards or keypads or anything. It's horrible, I know. It's horrible, but it's not. It doesn't have to be electrically valid, so it doesn't matter. Vibe motor, I actually designed a little bee for my per module ages ago. We got resistors, surface mount, and through hole. Looks like crap, that's fine. Some switches. This one's copied from SparkFun. It's got S fun in the name. Here's the big chonky switch. Piezo buzzer, drawn in glorious KiCad. Through hole. Little NPN transistor. And then supposedly a template, but whatever. I think this is also inspired by the SparkFun system that they've got going. Anyway, so I'm going to grab one of these micro SD guys. The one I'm using is an MEM 2085, MEM 2085. So just going to drop it over here. Actually, maybe I'll do a whole new design just to avoid muddying things up. Let's do that. So, where's my menu? Here we go, new template. Eventually I'll make a template for each of these things. But let's see. See how many different like micro SD pics I've been working on. Okay, so let's see. Here's the charm. There we go. That's the idea. It's the minimal thing. I actually originally created those Charmware boards as just like ways to learn KiCad and help myself learn KiCad. So, where'd it go? Charmware. Oh crap! I forgot about that. Go away. Yeah, you know, each board would be a little you know, either like a reed switch or you can see haptic buzzers, little these are actually what's it called? Circuit stickers. No, this is a circuit sticker, but you know, you can put anything on there and just hook it up. So it'll be the same thing, just a super duper minimal single component guy. So let's drop this in here. I'm going to draw an outline. I think what I'm going to do is pick an illustration to put on here because I want to get this out today because the event is next week that I'm trying to make it for. Classic. Where's my old book illustrations links? There's this site that I adore called Old Book Illustrations that has exactly what it says on the tin. Oh yeah, here's the stuff I was thinking about doing this with just like 3D printed necklaces. You can make like slots for micro SD cards, but it kind of sucks. And like depending on, I like to print fast and loose with my 3D printer, and I've had it complain at me about that. AKA the thing didn't actually fit in the place it was supposed to go. So instead I'm doing PCBs, plus they're much faster and cheaper to replicate. Anyway, Old Book Illustrations is where I found Quarles emblems, which are some of my favorite. This is my old website, alexglow.com, the etc. page down here. Just these gorgeous, gorgeous ornaments. And I'm gonna put this up here. Quarrels, emblems. So I've used these time and time again for different PCBs, for I made like a, so actually for this Halloween series, you see a yo-yo here that's got a little skeleton face on, a skeleton guy on it. That's from Quarrel's Emblems. I made this thing I was calling a synesthetic novella, where like each chapter has like is inspired by a dream write-up, and then there's like soundtrack stuff, like chapters, source dream write-up, and then like side notes of different projects that like overlap with them. But I was using these like, never finished it, of course, but these Quarrel's Emblems for that. And just each one has not only like a really cool central thing, but also like all this cool stuff on the sides, like this little roundel here with the like demon harpy faces things, and like random Latin for some reason. And it's just, someday I should figure out what this actual book is. What is its deal? But look at these. So one of my favorites is this skeleton guy. Look at how chill he is. That's the one that I made the yo-yo PCB out of. Look at this thing. Ah! I've actually ended up laser etching some pieces for jewelry with this little skeleton guy too. So anyway, I'm probably gonna grab one of those and try to make a little charm with it. I was thinking something like a seed, but I'm not sure I'll find exactly what I'm looking for. I have downloaded the like full sizes of each of these. Oh dang! Look at this little owl guy. Maybe that's. Oh, that's pretty good. I'll just re-download them. I feel like I do this every like 6 months or something. Let's see. Quarrels. Owl. Close enough. What else have we got? Ooh, that's cool. I was thinking about something like a peacock feather. Oh, dang, look at these. Is this an evil lady peacock? Because look at these. They're almost like, I doubt it. But they kind of do look like the Venus symbol, right? But peacocks are male by nature, so. The little butterflies with hearts on them. Anima malum mors stultitia. That's like foolish. You got a little fool's cap. Like stultifying. Anima, soul, I guess. You got a moth. I could be lying. Malum, I guess. Is it apple or is it bad? Because I think it can mean both. And then death, obviously, you got a little crown there. Oh, that's beautiful, actually, this little skull with the flowers in it. I also, my Ouija planchette, I drew by hand, but like, I was drawing nasturtiums in sort of a style that was inspired by this. I just don't want to sink a bunch of hours into drawing something new. I just need to get this out. Because it's been months and months and months that I've been trying to do it. Oh, just pick something, Alex. A lot of this is kind of biblical, which isn't exactly my jam, but it's sure beautiful. Where's the bigger pics of everything? Yeah, bringeth forth death. What do we got here? Woe unto you. Yeah, some of them are more captivating than others. You got some cute little dragons here, though. Whoa. What in the world? Oh, look at this guy in a cage. What is that anyway? Oh, it's a skull in a cage, of course. Woe unto you, foolishness. Oh, I kind of love this one. This, like, eye at the top. I don't know how well that would translate, but on the copper layer, you can get pretty good resolution. This one, I put on a ruler that I made, which is beautiful, but won't really fit on what I'm trying to do here. Got a little sun. Got a little owl guy. Ah, got a cute little frog. You know what? I'm just gonna have to simplify this. I'm just gonna grab something else. So these are by nature public domain illustrations. Is the whole thing. There's also the public domain review that I love. You know what? You know what? I'm just gonna put my dang Charmware logo on it. Duh. It's only big enough for like that and a Charmware logo and then like a hole for the thingy. Okay, so we're gonna flip this around the back and we're gonna do a little outline on the edge cuts layer to make a shape around it. I'm gonna make a little kite shape because I love that. You know what? I'm gonna place this. What's my grid size right now? Okay, that's where I want it. Why does this look so large though? No, that's right. Okay, so I think this is centered. Sure. I'm gonna do some thingies around it. Maybe up here. Do like a... maybe there. That's good. Down to like here. And maybe I'll round it off a bit. Ah! Does it have to be so long? Yes. For style points. Alright, cool. I'm just gonna... this is where... there's probably actual tools for this, but... so it's 4 up and 1 out. Gotcha. From the... I think it's like that. This looks janky, but whatever. It's a start. Okay, and then we'll do a little circle, also on the edge cuts layer. That's about a 3mm circle. That's a little... maybe... I might need to make this... oh, you know what? It needs to be a little bigger because it needs to actually conceal the card, which juts out like the same length. Oh, we got a bunch of comments going on in here. Let's see. Sun is a daily laser, da-da-da. Working standing up. Oh! I work standing up, so I usually try to catch the part and end up... oh no! Yeah, that's real. Just don't do that with knives, I guess. Have you messed with reverse mount LEDs? I have done a little bit of that, yeah. I'm lazy though. I use like regular LEDs and just like mount them backwards because you can usually do that if you use a big enough glob of solder. How long did it take you to learn KiCad? I tried it once and it felt awful because I'm just too used to the easy EDA designer. Okay, so I started out from the start with KiCad and it took me, I think I had a few false starts. And then, dang it, my yogurt. I had a few false starts, and then I think it was like New Year's 2021 or something. I ended up just like spending a whole weekend pulling together one specific project I wanted to do. And that was sort of like the brute force, just like, and then the rest of that year, I just cranked them out. Most of the PCBs I talk about now, I did in 2021. And so my KiCad has been broken ever since the version 7 came out. We're on 9 now because like I was using these KiCad components libraries and it somehow broke them all when I upgraded and it was just a pain in the butt. So I was like, I gotta fix it for like 3 years during burnout. 4 years. Oh man, it's been a long time. Maybe 3 years though since the upgrade happened. Anyway, and so making these new like component libraries where it's just like, this is my micro SD, footprint. This is my XYZ footprint. Like I just have a stock of them and I've got my little bag of components and like my little cards with measurements so that like if it happens again, I'll just have these ready to go and I won't have to think about it. And I'll have the experience to just like make them again and I'll probably make them again better because of experience, which is cool. Like, maybe I will have to remake them again, but maybe I won't. But if I do, they'll be improved. So again, I never use a different one until afterwards. I've only used Fusion and only for one thing, which was really simple. So it's really all I know. But it took me like a weekend to dig in hard on a project, and that got me there. If you have I was also doing some really fun stuff where I was like, this is my personal opinion. I don't hold with, I think that usually UV printing on PCBs looks worse than printing on paper and not as cool as doing something with actual, like that's designed for the layers. There's really cool stuff people have done though with like, with like a purple you can sort of change the color profile by putting copper underneath it. You can see where the traces are lighter underneath there. And like I was doing a thing with, I was trying to make vector images of halftone patterns, which is, you know, like the shading on old comics and stuff, like the halftone pattern or manga. And so I was trying to do that, but with PCB layers, and it kind of worked. It worked okay. So it was a lot more complicated than it needed to be, basically. But it did mean that I sunk a bunch of hours trying to figure that out. Yeah. In the past, Brian Benchoff has done a Getting to Blinky series on KiCad, which are like a series of articles / tutorials. No, I lied. Chris Gamble. But also, I've referred back to Brian Benchoff's like custom KiCad schematic symbols and footprints guides a number of times. Another thing that I do is I have my iPad to KiCad tutorial, and what I always end up looking back at is which layers, this thing. So when you're importing a graphic, let's just show this real quick, actually. When you're importing a graphic, not Gerber viewer, no! Go away, go away, go away, go away. Don't, no, go away. Anyway, when you're importing an image, where, I'll just pretend, oh, this is horrible. That's a terrible, well, pretend this was like a small image. Oh, where's like an actual, I gotta clean up my downloads real quick, sorry. And then I'll be able to find stuff again. Oh, lordy. Okay, KiCad. I'm just gonna copy this. It's under micro SD stuff, I think. Or is it under meta? Oh my lord. Here we go. Found it. Just looking at my micro SD stuff. There we go. So I made this in Procreate. I pulled up the data sheet, which has a lot of really useful stuff. There's a site for this, a page for this. Here we go. Data sheet. It shows you both the dimensions of the metal parts and also this wonderful, horrible diagram, which it took me a minute to, I hadn't seen one like this before, but, pull it up for you. So see where it says like, and big N. This is like 2 times this and like 9 times that, because like it's like 9 foot or pads that have this dimension in this axis, and that's horrible. I ended up just taking this into a notepad app and annotating it just to like put dimensions on each pad, but then I ended up not using that anyway because like it didn't really help with knowing what the dimensions between them were or what the overall dimensions were. Like this goes to 7.56, but it's like to a random spot that I think matches up to the metal outline, but not to the actual pads. So I ended up just taking this exact piece here and then dropping that into Procreate and like also using this as a reference. And oh yeah, here's a screenshot. Good job, past me. Just drawing the pads over there, literally with stylus. And then taking this, which was my final PNG, I'm gonna drop this into my downloads. And use something not horrible to demonstrate this. There we go. So quite large, but I know that what dimensions it's supposed to be. It was supposed to be like blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't know, 12 millimeters across. I think it's about right, actually. And then you can export to copper and mask layers. And ideally, you'd do some fancier stuff to put courtyards around them, but I didn't do that. Why did I go on this whole tangent? I'm supposed to be trying to finish this. Anyway, that's how this happened. This needs to be bigger, so I'm going to change the shape. think 3mm is okay. The card comes in from this side, which is confusing because on a full-size one, usually the card will insert, and then I think the contacts are usually on the other side. But in this case, the card comes in over those like 9 contacts. What else we got here? Yeah, free open source software. Oh, cool. Huh. Oh yeah. So, yeah, isn't it great? Oh man, Old Book Illustrations is so good. Also, if you look at the public domain review, did I already Ecosia this or whatever? Yeah, I donate to these peeps and they send me postcards with like a different theme each. I think it's like quarterly, and they have these cool articles. So Old Book Illustrations is wonderful, and they've got all kinds of cool stuff like these beautiful, beautiful ornaments. Of like they got science and technology diagrams. They got all kinds of cool stuff. Like, oh hey, that's on the front page. I'm clearly not the only fan, but look at all these. They just got like giant, and you can go to like, what the heck? Like you can look at this, and then you can like go to like that specific book or that like author or that illustrator. Actually, oh, by unknown, useful. But then there's like if you look at who's oh my gosh, the famous engraver, blah blah blah, not Gustav Mahler, not Gustav Klimt. Is it a Gustav? Am I thinking of like a famous engraver Gustav? Doré. Okay, I think I'm thinking of Doré, but I could be wrong. I think I'm thinking of a German guy though. But anyway, you can find Doré in here, and it's very beautiful. Anyway, all kinds of cool stuff, but the public domain review has more like articles and such. So they'll go into whole like, this kind of stuff, which is fantastic. Like, look! And they'll like tell you about it. And then, oh, is this cymatics? Yeah, Chladni plates and stuff. Cool. All right. And then you can look up like alphabets. And they got a bunch of cool stuff about like different alphabets and stuff. Like, look at this. Love this. Oh, it's so cool. And then I imagine that the Internet Archive probably has some public domain stuff. But I would recommend those two, though, as they're like really great. Oh, obviously public domain. Illustrations. I'm not keeping up with the chat at all, and I'm also screwing up my typing, so whatever. Peahen, not lazy, resourceful. What can we back up and re-import? Oh, the components! Huh! Well, you know what? I'm already sunk cost on this, so whatever. Ah, yeah, Steph Piper. Man, she's a genius, and also I just had a conversation with someone about this, how like people were bugging her for ages because she was one of the first people who were using multicolor solder mask on her PCBs, and they were just this sort of translucent gorgeousness. I've got a couple over there I should pull over because I'm always talking about them. Beautiful work. I just learned that so at the time, I think like a few years ago, the only place people could get to do that was King Creedy, and that was like secret knowledge. I never ended up using them because by the time I found that out, my KiCad was broken. But turns out I just learned that the Adafruit Perma Proto boards, it hadn't even struck me that those ones, like that are like little solderable breadboards, have black, blue, and red on them because they show the power and ground rails. So that actually is a really subtle usage of multicolor solder mask, and or maybe multi-silk screen, I'm not sure. But anyway, maybe both. But apparently, so someone was speculating that part of the reason that they would like throw one in if you ordered like $50 of stuff or something is because they had to like put in an absolutely gargantuan order with someone in order to like get them to do this multicolor stuff. Oh yeah, thanks for joining. I guess I missed you maybe. Oh no, that was only 4 minutes ago. Okay, anyway, thanks for joining. This has been awesome. I'm totally gonna check out your podcast, especially the one about that solar site. Woo! Oh yeah, I'm gonna check that out too. Cool. Oh yeah, it's Steph Viperon. Yeah, I interviewed her for Hackster Cafe too, which is rad. She's just like a super cool person, and she's doing all these like maker skill tree things now that have these really beautiful stickers that you can fill in. They're like hexagon skills badge sticker things. I think it's a collab with O'Reilly. I'll pull it up real quick, so I'm not just mumbling. I am always mumbling, but sometimes I also. Oh God, hair. Why did I do that? Okay, anyway, whatever. Steph Piper. She ran a company called LG. That's what I had that. Okay, education for a while. Maker skill tree. I recently looked these up again, and they are just getting more and more gorgeous. Diddly-doo. Just like, look at the shiny, sort of like iridescent. Where's the pretty thing besides all the other ones? Is this it? Show me the things. I think it's on the store, maybe. Here we go. Look at these stickers. Look how gorgeous. Zoom in. There we go. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. From beautiful PCBs to beautiful stickers. Oh man, they are just lovely. So yeah, go check that out. I should get one of these. Oh, it's 45 bucks. I don't need that. I'm doing a lot of like, I don't need that, like admonishing myself. Ooh, here we go. So you can find like whole books of stuff on there, I guess. Oh, limited. No! Why would you do this to me specifically? Yeah, whatever. Other stuff. Pretty. Come on, show me some stuff. Oh, yeah. The cool thing about both of those other sites, though, is that they have really nice high quality scans. They just like, they're really clean. Like, you can get the raw scan on here, as well as like different sizes, and like they've done all this color correction and all this other stuff to like really reduce the noise. Thank you. I do deserve to see all the pages. Yes. Oh, this is actually a really good little moth butterfly thingy. Although the antennae are kind of like reversed in some of the things. So you know what? I have my own bee. I should just put my own little bee on it. Sort of storing away data. Kind of makes sense. Oh, sorry. I'm just clicking around randomly. Okay, so I'm gonna up my brightness on my monitor because the sun is now shining directly on there. And we're gonna get back to designing. So I wanted to also put on my little Charmware logo. Very easy choice. Get centered. I can't see any of my grid markers because of the sunlight. Okay, cool. Now let's just make a shape that encompasses so interesting curves. Maybe I'll do a hexagon or like an elongated hexagon. That's what I'm kind of doing with my personal component library situation. I'm just making like so I'll be kind of defining a standard hexagon shape here, I think. And again, my brightness is not high enough to see. I'm gonna pull this onto the other window real quick just so I can place my lines. I'll swap around my little camera here so you're not just staring at a blank screen. Okay, gotta place my little lines around, and I'm gonna try and do it in like a standardized way that I can use in the future as a shape, so I get a consistent look. Let's see, how about like 25 millimeters long-ish, and then like just down to here, 5 more. I gotta try and get the same slope on both of these. That's only 10, and that one's also 10. Okay, cool. Beautiful. And that lies just a little bit outside of... I could do this with actual tools, but I'm not using them. So it's 4 in from there, and it's 4 in from there. Gotcha. I eyeball a lot of stuff and it comes out well enough. And I'm not doing anything with radio where I'd really need like a crap ton of precision, so usually this works just fine. Same with like, I've got calipers. I own calipers, but what I always end up doing with like, you know, a buzzer or a piezo buzzer or a haptic buzzer or like, you know, whatever is just like holding it up to here. And sometimes I'll like, if it's got some thickness to it, sometimes I'll like close one eye so I get the like one-dimensional view, and I literally just, it's like it's close enough. We're not doing radio. We're not doing anything horribly you know, sensitive. It's not baking, it's cooking, right? We're making a stew. So anyway, I think it's pretty cute. This still needs to be a little higher though. Stop, get out of that tool. So I think it needs to be taller. I really like this shape though. I'm just gonna have to deal with it. Also, I think that things look bigger on the screen. Like that's a real thing. So we're now making this 12. No, I'm not gonna make it 12 long, but I am going to, oh lordy, I can't do this on this. Can I just turn the monitor? Nope. Okay. Just gonna show you my face again so we can chat. Printed circuits too. Yes. We got oh, you know what? I like FPC because I think it's a not a recursive acronym, but like a multi-level acronym where it's like so it doesn't contain itself, but I think an FPC is like a flex PCB cable, which is like a flex printed circuit board cable. Anyway, so we could make PCS be something. Oh, right, we've got the Twitch emoji. I don't know who that is, but it's a good one, huh? Anyways, we're making a stew. I'm trying to make this dang thing so that it'll fit. You know what? I'm not going to alter the top. I'm going to modify the bottom instead. I really like this shape, though. Maybe I'll just make it a little bigger in all dimensions, but it doesn't need to be bigger in dimensions. But look at this shape. I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm gonna save a copy of this. Because I just got unreasonably attached to these dimensions. It looks really nice, in my opinion. Give me my screenshot tool. There we go. Oh, it's so nice. Okay, but I'm gonna have to deal with it. I'm just gonna make everything a bit bigger. So we'll make this guy be like, what is that radius now? Tell me. I'm sure it says somewhere. Radius, 2 millimeters. Do I need a 4 millimeter hole? Again, I'm gonna do no comments in before. So I'm just gonna eyeball this and be like, 4 millimeters is probably a bit big. I think we can get away with. Honestly, the one on the Ouija board is only 2. And it's meant to go have a jump through it. But maybe I'll give myself some versatility. I'll make it 4. But I'm also gonna make everything else bigger so that we're not gonna like trim through it. If I were better at math, I would just know how to make these angles work at bigger dimensions. We're gonna move this bad boy outward and try to make that line up. Like there, close enough, so that moved 3 out. 1, 2, 3, 8. Just like eyeballing the proportions. Did you just crash? Oh. 2 monitors. Oh, I'm not showing you my screen. There we go. I'm trying to drag this out here. I don't wish to view the properties. I would have hit E if I did. So working with the symmetrical grid helps a lot because I can just eyeball all this stuff, and that's how I roll. So there's now a 2 or a 1 millimeter, 2.5 millimeter distance. I'm gonna actually use my move tool here. Okay, and those should ideally just about connect up. I didn't want to make it wider though. This is not the same proportions, but it needs to be longer. Okay, so I'm gonna grab these bad boys. We're gonna. I just learned a cool KiCad trick, which is that, oh, that's pretty nice. Do one more, which is that if you select something by dragging from the top left, it only selects what you're grabbing. But if you select from the bottom right, it selects the entire, like, okay. If you do it like this, then it selects anything that is fully encapsulated by your bounding box. But which you can't really tell because it wasn't showing the points on here. But if you do it from the bottom right, it grabs anything that you even touch in the bounding box. So see how this? Only that line segment. But if you do this, you get all that stuff. That's so cool! I see. Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, I need to finish my yogurt drink. I do need to do that. I need protein. Proof. Thank you. I think I drank like 2 sips of it. Okay, done. Oh, that feels so much better. I'm gonna refill my tea too. Sorry if there's mouth sounds happening. I hate that. I like ASMR and I make ASMR recordings, but not mouth sounds. I don't understand that at all. Who wants to intentionally listen to mouth sounds? Who are these people? So, I make ones of like raindrops hitting a thing. This is a common rant of mine lately. I think just because I've been doing binaural stuff recently. I keep forgetting about the, oh, brain. I keep forgetting about the scrolling and zooming and like where it actually ends up. Okay, so we're gonna take these both, move them down a little bit. Not too far though. Okay, so how much space have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 2.5 millimeters. I think that's enough that it's not gonna like break through the hole. This is a nice little set of proportions. So I'm just gonna go ahead and try to join up the dots. Probably fail. Hey, that worked okay. I haven't paid attention to any of the proportions I was using, so this should also have the same slope, so I'm just gonna, yep, looks like it does. That's beautiful. Hey, go up there. Sometimes the snapping is good, sometimes the snapping is not good. I already forgot what the command is to enable or disable that, if there is indeed one. But here we go. Yay! Okay. I think it still needs to be a little bit longer, so I'm gonna drag these down a little bit more. I think that's close enough. And then we'll find out how long it is and if it will actually serve the purposes that I want, where you can sort of stick it into stuff. Oh, I love it! I love it! You know, I've had all these like intense aesthetic concepts I've been working through for ages. I've been planning this and working towards this for months. The whole time that I've been like building these custom components and stuff and like thinking about building them from beforehand, and like for like months and months I've been planning this project, and like in the end I just make the little thing in a nice cute pretty little shape, and I'll put my little Charmware stamp on it, and it's gorgeous and I love it, you know. Just one more argument for just do the thing. Like, you can make it better later, just do the thing. And like, anyway, I always have to tell myself that like a million times. So anyway, I know it's just, it's very clearly mine, you know? Anyway, what if I like made this like slope in a little bit? What if I did that? What if we did that? That could be kind of cool. Like just a little bit of a taper. I kind of like that actually. So I'm gonna take another screenshot showing this. The nice thing, I'm a huge fan of like scaling things for maximum convenience in multiple media. Okay, what I mean by that is that I really like using 1206 size surface mount components because they're small enough for pretty much any of my uses, including jewelry, but also you can solder them either surface mount or by hand, or I mean, either like with a hot plate and like solder paste or by hand. Like they're big enough that you can easily solder it by hand if you have any soldering experience, in my opinion, unless you have like, impediments. So similarly, where was I even going with this? Oh yeah, I like the 0.5 millimeter grid size because it's useful for snapping too for almost like most reasons. It's really good as a size for mapping stuff out, but it's also the perfect size that you can easily see it when you're fairly zoomed out. Like these are each a 0.5 millimeter point, and to me that's very convenient for just being able to intuit the size of something and be able to drag stuff around. So I wish electronic design was parametric or had constraints so it's easier to make these things. Oh man, I hear you on the like constraints making it easier sometimes, but in my opinion, there's enough like constraints on, like I was saying earlier, like I personally find in like actual circuit board art using like copper, solder mask, silkscreen a lot more inspiring than UV printing, not just because of the quality of UV printing at this point on PCBs is not very good. So it kind of looks like it looks like it's like if you bought a poster, but it looked like it was printed out on printer paper with like an inkjet, To me, that's kind of like the level it's at, except for this one project. But I'm doing a whole tangent again, but it's okay because we made progress. And Barella is the one person who's made a UV printed project with PCBs that I think is gorgeous. And let me see if I can find it. She's on Blue Sky, I think is where I saw it. Blue Sky. Am I misspelling this? No. Where is her page? We got LinkedIn. Which I'm probably not logged in on. Oh, I am. Okay. Where is your... No, Chrome. Don't look at my devices. Go away. Where's your Blue Sky? You know what? If I just go to Blue Sky and look for... And Barella. There we go. Wait, come back. I saw you a second ago. Where'd you go? You were just there. Oh, NV. There we go. Okay. Let me show you this. So in my opinion, to finish that thought, there's enough constraints for me to feel like, that gives me enough, like the creative flow. Oh man, where the heck is the media? It was a while ago. Where the heck was it? Maybe it is on her Adafruit page, actually, because this is going to take me forever. By which I mean 5 ever. Adafruit. Here you go. Let's see. Where did you put it? It was like a Mondrian style. Oh, that's gorgeous. Like, look at this. Oh, it's so... And like Lady Ada does beautiful stuff with the constraints of like... And like, these things are so good. It's... great stuff. And, Chipperdoodles. Already got that open. Like, Anwar stuff. Go back. Wait. Look at these things. Look at these things. And everyone's got their own like personal styles with them and stuff. Chipperdoodles also gave a talk at Teardown, and apparently, so we both have like a hand-drawn style to our circuit boards usually. Like, again, I'm doing this like super fast in order to just get something out, but art-wise, Chipperdoodles gave a talk at Teardown. Apparently, they do theirs at 600 DPI minimum. Like, okay, so I learned from Bunny Huang at Open Hardware Summit years ago that copper layers have a ton more resolution usually and precision than silkscreen, which makes sense because that's the part that, like you're saying, actually it does have like some constraints because it's got to work electrically. Obviously designs, curlicues and stuff, not so much. But you know, that's why, of course, the copper layer would be so much more precise, because silkscreen, if it's off by 0.5 millimeter, like, it's not the end of the world. I mean, that'd be pretty bad, but like not, you know, especially on like little headers like this, right? But what I'm saying is, like, you get what I'm saying. I'm sure. I don't need to continue that ramble. So anyway, 600 or 1200 even DPI resolution. I'm just like, what? I usually use like, I don't know, 300, maybe 400. That's usually 300, 400 is usually what I'm doing. Like, and this is just, it's just so nice. This is apparently a cute role-playing game reference. Anyway, look at this stuff. Look at this stuff. And I think just like what people do with these constraints is just incredibly beautiful. Plus, there's what different like how fab houses can do. So I usually, as I say, almost every PCBs that I've made has been made by Park. So either using their purple or usually using their After Dark colors. And I should have a companion core here. I do. I must have a companion core here. Where's... Na 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 na. Now that I've done something productive, I'm just like apparently allowing myself free rein to ramble as much as possible. Where the heck are... I know I had an extra one or two around here, but Lord only knows where they've gone. Come on. Companion core. I know you're around. I definitely had another one or two in the area. Oh, here's a container of header pieces. Huh. Well, doesn't... Oh, wait. No, I think I adopted it for use with Archimedes. Aha! So usually, mine have been made by Park, often using their After Dark. I talked about this earlier, but I didn't show anybody. Ah, yes! So, where's that DEF CON PCB I got from somebody else? Let's see. The one with the cool copper under the thing texture. There was... And then I tossed it aside in such a cavalier manner because I was like, I won't need this anymore. Here's some charmware, by the way. Full ramble. We're going full ramble. Oh yeah, this is actually fun. Here's another experiment I did in this vein. Charmware? Oops, so I sort of did a horrible little adaptation in order to be able to get both the LED and the resistor onto this one. And I also want to make a version that has actual polarity markings, so you can choose a direction for your LED and it'll be clear. But anyway, made this little stack of charmware pieces and stuck it in this gold round carabiner I have. I was like, check that out. Looks kind of good. Would look better when I had it actually lit up. There is a battery around here somewhere, but I didn't put a switch on it. Another example of convergent evolution, the lily pad series by Adafruit. And then there's the Gemma as well. The Gemma M0 is a wonderful little board. For reasons, they don't have a charging circuit in... Or is this the one that does have a charging circuit? I think this one might. Don't remember. But like convergent evolution, little round guys with like mechanical attachment points. Theirs are plated because you can actually sew conductive thread to them, which makes a lot of sense. Look at the beautiful little gem. Oh yeah, that's why I wasn't going to call mine a gem, because there's already gemmas. It's like, you know, there's... When you're making stuff in this vein, there's gonna be overlap, right? So anyway, I'm sticking with charms and charmware, and isn't this like the perfect little complement? So speaking of constraints, anyway, we got the companion core, which uses... Okay, the point I was trying to get to was how the different fab houses like have different constraints, and so like Park's like the fact that you can get black FR4 with clear solder mask, and therefore you can have a contrast between, like, you can show all the traces while protecting them. So that's all covered up by clear solder mask, and the base here is black FR4. But then there's some gold that's exposed. If you can tell, this is a heart shape. So it's like a little gold heart in there. And these are like functional traces. Just so many like cool constraints. I think that both for the reason of the matte black, so these are always glossy, but also because, well, there's a pricing thing for one, but who knows how that's gonna go because tariffs. I ordered 50 boards that were like yay big back in the summer for DEF CON, and it was like 90 something bucks for the order because I got like 24-hour turnaround and fastest possible shipping because I'm always late on stuff. But then the tariffs were 40 bucks on top of that. Like, I think the 90 bucks even included the shipping. Yeah. And then it was like just like 40% tariff on there. So Osh Park may be getting more business. But I've also heard that like local manufacturers or like domestic manufacturers are having problems too because they have to get their materials from like China. So they've got to make up for that somehow. I heard someone was getting their stuff or has been manufacturing in the US. Sorry, I got on a whole tangent here, but this is like back on the Supercon recap. Someone has been manufacturing in the US and has now decided that they have to start manufacturing in Eastern Europe because they can get those like in I forget what country, but they can get the materials and produce it and have a lower import tariff to the US compared to like a US company trying to get the materials and then manufacture it and like even shipping it from the US because like the costs have gone up. So anyway, I think that I'm gonna go with like another company for the matte black in the future. Also because I've noticed that sometimes you get a really deep, rich black, and this isn't Osh Park's fault. This is just like, I'm sure, most suppliers are not optimizing for aesthetic quality when they're making like, FR4 or whatever. But which I recently learned stands for fire resistant. And then there's like FR1, FR4. Anyway, but it's not always the most consistent black. Sometimes it's more of a charcoal color, especially when I ordered a bunch of these guitar pick ones. Like it's a little blinky that does a guitar pick thing. I have used this to play guitar and mandolin, by the way. But anyway, so sometimes it's more of a like deep charcoal color, which is nice, but not quite the aesthetic I'm going for. So having like a nice matte black solder mask, I think, will be good. But of course, you can't get the like effect that you do here, where you've got copper under the solder mask, gold over the solder, like where it's exposed because it gets plated with gold inic coating, and it's just like this PCB looks cool when it's done in purple or like an opaque solder mask because you get the like texture, but you don't get that like striking visual. Like look at the texture though, isn't that nice? It's so can you tell that? I mean, the point of making art is to make stuff you like or that you find compelling, if you don't like it, and that's sort of on purpose, expression. And so of course I love my little PCBs. Wow, yeah, imagine. Gee, who could have said? Oh, here we go. Aha, ban user and delete their comments. So I can moderate YouTube from this interface, but not Twitch. That's good to know. Thanks for the yogurt encouragement. I'm curious what this was. Yeah, oh, probably around the like designing for PCB constraints. Yeah. Ah, there we go. Yeah. Ooh. I've been meaning to pick up Blender. I do all my modeling in Onshape usually, which is good for me as someone like. So back in 2019, I got my laptop and iPad stolen. I did the most stupid thing. It's been almost 6 years now, and I lost a bunch of data because I was going into the Hackster office to film videos over Thanksgiving break, and one night I was really tired. I had my personal laptop, my iPad, and my work machine in the office, and I left them there. And of course, in Soma and SF, like, wait, was the lily pad Spark Fun? Oh, maybe I lied. Anyway, what was it? Independent, maybe. No, Spark Fun lily pad. Okay, and then we got the Adafruit gemmas. So you know, like universal stuff. Anyway, so they got stolen. Long story short, the office was broken into because it was a holiday, and of course they were like, go to the tech offices, like break in. It makes sense. Not that I would choose that, but you know, one can see the logic. So anyway, what was my point? On Shape, I'm not gonna lose my files. Which I could also manage by simply I'm going to do this in another window by simply backing stuff up better. But it still would suck to, you know, do some work, like a week of work or even a month of work, and then like lose it, right? So I use this. I've been trying to make like a big chunky pendant that would look good with a SD card size micro SD card sized slot in it, but didn't really, you know, I was printing some of these other things. Where is it? Here we go. And I've like been trying to slot them into other stuff, and I printed it on one printer and the micro SD card fit, printed it on another printer and the micro SD card did not fit. Surprisingly, was fine on this tiny axis, but they had like an overhang or some kind of like imprecision on the ends, so it was like too short for the SD card to slot into there. So anyway, going with sockets, much easier. On Shape, I usually use. I gotta find out what Blender's geometry nodes are. Oh, I just went on this whole rant, and you're like, actually, I was talking about something else. Dimensioning between lines and setting angles in parallel lines perpendicular. Oh yeah, you know, I think that oh, that's probably what you meant by geometry nodes, huh? Yeah, there is some good stuff in here. You can measure it at least. And when I move lines around, you can kind of see, can I make it do it? There's things where it'll like show you where a line extends to if you were to extend it. And that's pretty cool. So they have tools built in here for that to a certain extent. There's also other newish features like just gonna get these both to meet up here. Like, for example, what am I trying to say? Rounded traces. Nope, go away. So you can round the corners of traces so that they oh hey, see, it's trying to do the like slope thing, like to preserve the same slope. If I wanted to do that, but no, I'm just trying to get them to join up. There we go. And let me verify just by eye. I think there are a lot of tools, probably. I haven't been back in KiCad for a while, and I never got super, super deep in it. I was more on the, like, let me draw a bunch of stuff and throw it on some PCBs, and it'll be, like, vaguely shaped. In fact, the, Ouija board one... Where'd it go? Here we go. Oh, you know what? No, it's in the iPad to KiCad tutorial. Should show the outline of this bad boy, which I literally just like... Well, here's the drawing in Procreate, and then somewhere I just literally took the line, here we go, tool, and drew in KiCad around like the rough shape, because the idea here was actually to have it be kind of rough. And so you can see that that's not really round, that's just a bunch of little line segments. And that sort of jives with this chalk style graphic. So it was designed to be kind of like rough and rough-hewn. I got that by doing the edges with a bunch of little line segments and this sort of like chalk-like brush, which I like a lot. Should do more like chalk circle type things. Anyway, so I'm sure that there are tools that I'm not using that probably help with this stuff. Please don't take me as like the person to refer to. in terms of that stuff because I do not know. I do not know. Oh yeah, Fusion is real big on that stuff. Yeah, tariff stuff. Da, 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 da. Blender is definitely fun. Yeah, you know, I've been trying to pick up Nomad Sculpt actually. I did a bunch of stuff with that because I wanted to be able to sculpt stuff with my hands, and I can do that on an iPad with a stylus. So that's also what I love about using Procreate to make art for PCBs is that like I can do stuff in Onshape, but it often ends up being sort of like please don't show people my email. I'm pretty sure it's already up there anyway, whatever. It ends up being like, here's like a hexagon and like a screw shape. This is so that I can like get the rest of the Aveeno lotion out of my bottle. Like you replace the pump with this cap and then you turn it upside down and you can get the rest of the Aveeno out of there. Anyway, lotion, go away. And then you know, it's cute, but it's like very as you say, parametric. Like it ends up being like I can do some stuff like this, which is kind of cute. Used this for projection mapping at one point, but you know, when it comes to actually organic things, I wanted to be able to get in there with my hands, and so you can use Nomad Sculpt for that. There's some really good tutorials online, but I found it frustrating because you have to remesh every so often, like to fix the to combine things or to fix the resolution or whatever. And at least in my experience so far, that makes it really, it tends to make things mushy. And I'm sure there's ways around that, but like I don't have the experience yet to figure out how to not make it mushy. So what I really like to do is like mash up some like organic shapes from Nomad with parametric shapes. Like for example, if I wanted to make a little SD card holder, like 3D printable object, which I do, a little pendant. Basically, I will want to sculpt something in Nomad and then take it into, actually I use Tinkercad for this, for mashing up models and like making simple little modifications to stuff, like putting a slot in something is very easy. And Tinkercad is just great with that because you can import a model, like here, for example, I was trying to make a mask grill, like Grille, you know, like a raw iron kind of thing. And so you can just see this horrible thing I was doing where I imported the model that I had made based on a 3D scan of my face and then modeled around it to make this mask shape, and then just like cut a bunch of slots in it. And that's really easy to do in Tinkercad. And you know, it's not going to be the most parametric thing that you've ever seen, but they've got much better tools than they used to, so that's cool. Geometry nodes are amazing. Basically, like, I gotta check this out, man. Where did that tab go? Classic. Doesn't matter. I'm never gonna shame myself for making stuff in a way that isn't perfect or whatever, you know? Gotta check this out. Maybe now's the time. Maybe I should, because maybe Blender will help me make organic things that don't get all mushy. I don't know. Oh, yeah. I think I would love 3D sculpting in VR. I've seen some really cool stuff with ZBrush. People have been doing with VR sculpting and just 3D art and stuff. ZBrush. But I do not have a VR rig, and I probably can't see myself what? I could see myself maybe spending a bunch of time in one. Lord knows I got hold of a Steam Deck a while ago and immediately dumped hours and hours and hours into Sable, which is a gorgeous game. So I did a little inside. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I wish there were, it would be cool if there were like a better indication that the two lines are definitely connected. The way I'm dealing with it right now is I'm literally just using the grid and making sure that I stay on the grid, and then we'll all be happy and everything will be fine. Right? Okay, I'm gonna stick a little info thing on here underneath where the micro SD card goes, and then I haven't got any courtyards. It's fine. It's fine. Stick some info. Okay, so let's see. What are we gonna call this? Data bit? That's surely a thing already. Data charm. you a camel case for fun. We're gonna center it, and we're gonna do V1. Sure. 25 on 11. Alex. My name's already on there. We'll just call it that. Flip. Flip. Oh, it's on the edge cuts layer. Why did I do that? Lol. Here we go. I think they have emoji in here now. They've got, I forgot. They've definitely got a bunch of different fonts and stuff. Check that out. Wow. But I'm a traditionalist. I want the art to come from the art and stuff. All right, here we go. Maybe I should have made that thicker, but at least it matches the Charmware stuff. There we go. Okay, so we got no front copper. That's oh, I want to make this gold actually. Can I? You used to be able to like. Here we go. There used to be a right-click option that was just like change layer or something, but I swear there used to be. Can I just like? I thought I could just tell it. Oh, duh. Here we go. Haha. Oh, wait a sec. Those are the like info things. I'm just gonna. No, I don't want to change the footprint. I want to edit it. Whoops. Hey. 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 Where'd you go? I think it opened up another window, but I don't know where. Oh, no? Okay, well. Just do this. Edit footprint. Okay. Here we go. Take these guys. I think I'll just do this part and put that on copper. Whoops. I actually don't want all of that. I just want this. There we go. I think it was hard to get this to do what I want. Yeah, it won't just paste it on that letter. But if I instead do this and now what if I do that and then just like shape modification, positioning tools, lots of useful stuff here, like turning something into a pad or like filleting the lines so that you have like nice pad corners or dog boning corners if you're doing routed stuff, merging polygons, move exactly. I've been using a lot for like rotating stuff, but what I want is to change the layer. Maybe someone's telling me how to do it. The Blender docs are probably a bad place to start. Yeah, that makes sense. That's how I learned Nomad, the basics, off of some really fast-paced just sculpting tutorials that sort of showed some of the basic tools, so that was nice. Yep. Okay, yeah, for me, the organic stuff, it really depends on what tools I'm using. Not that this will be the same for everybody, but for me, like, yeah, if I'm trying to do something organic, I can't do it in Onshape. Okay, my brain. So what I want to do is change the layer on this. And I'm just going to look it up real quick. Okay, so KiCad change layer. You used to be able to do this pretty quickly. Select the item, go to PCB editor, edit text and graphics properties. I don't trust AI stuff, but I found an actual forum post. Okay. Oh, I had yogurt on my face. Ha! Edit text and graphics properties. Scope. This is from 2022. Gotcha. Select the items you want to move. Where the heck is the... Is this from the design? Or the, like, PCB design? Let's see. I'm gonna duplicate this because I might end up moving, like, the star and then the text separately. Okay. So select it. Then PCB editor, edit text and graphics properties. Okay, this is a tool. Oh, hey, edit text and graphics properties right under the edit menu. What do you got? Scope, PCB graphic items. Only include selected items. There we go. They've changed that wording slightly, but that's fine. Action section. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Haha! Gorgeous! Line thickness unchanged. Yeah, that should. Oh, actually. No, that's fine. I think this is. That is text, technically, right? I want to leave that the same because that's sort of like an identity thing. Okay. Let's try that. Apply and close. It doesn't look like copper. None of this looks like copper. Did that actually work? Let's try it again. Edit, text and graphics properties. Oh, filter by layer, lol. Huh. And it's not even selected. Okay, so this is what I wanted to do. Selected items only, and do not filter by layer. But like, I guess do though. Doesn't really matter, does it? Graphic items, text items. So selected items only should, I'm just gonna do, that might be oh, that's gotta be a footprint graphic item. This is probably why. Because if it's only doing what I selected anyway. Let's remove the text one. I think that would be a footprint text item. So now I'm going to move it to copper. Let's see if that does exactly what I want. It might. Oh, yes! All right. So now I need to do that again, but with the mask layer. So edit, properties. I wish there were a hotkey. There probably is, and if not, I can set one. But we're going to do the same thing again. We're going to move to the mask layer. Just the graphics. All right. Yes. Glorious. All right, beautiful. We got these, and they're in the right spot. Okay, cool. I shouldn't try singing because I'm pretty sure I'm re-stressing my voice right now because I had that nasty cold. Then I got better, and now I'm like, let's do a 3.5-hour live stream. How about that? But I'm getting my stuff done, so this is great. Y'all are really helping me with getting this done, by the way. No pressure, but like, yeah, I really needed to finally buckle down, and so having some accountability. Cool. So we got some text on the text drawer. Okay, do I want that to be on the copper layer though? What if I have to? I want the text to be gold too. Okay, yeah, rid of that. Pardon me. Can I not just like? Hey, there we go. Oh, I think it's because it was from the Oh, was I gonna end up with like 2 silk screens as well? Whoops, lol. Yep. I'll just take this other guy. Okay, so this was text in the footprint, and that was a... Anyway, whatever. This stuff I can just do this. No, not back mask. Haha, that's what I was looking for. And it turns out I can just do it. Yeah. Put this as mask. Ah, no! Stop clicking the wrong thing. Stop! 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 There we go. Alright, now... Hold up. Okay, yeah. Hide is a mask layer. And grab this bad boy. And that's the copper layer. And it should all be on the front. I'm pretty sure there's a way to preview this, but... Yes. I don't really like the spacing on that text there. What if we do a pipe? It's monospace, so I don't think I'm going to like it anyway. What if I made it 0.1 or something. It's not monospace. Huh. It got skinnier, I think. Am I making that up? Let's try something else. What if I put a star? Can I use a Unicode star? Unicode star. Sometimes it hates you, sometimes it doesn't. Probably depends on the fab house. I'm gonna go with like whoever. Oh, it doesn't like it. Wait, maybe it does. Yeah. I'm not good with like long-term accountability partner stuff because I just have, oh no, doesn't like it. Oh well. But like just like spontaneous accountability, that's kind of an oxymoron, isn't it? But I don't know. I'm enjoying all this stuff. Okay, so I'm literally just trying to make this be acceptable visually so that I can actually ship the thing. I like it, but it's not like a format that I've ever used on anything else. Usually I put a URL on there anyway. I should put a URL in just for my stuff. What if I put like this? People can just look up Alex Lowe, it's fine. I think that we are good. Do I want to put anything else on here? It'll be a mistake. Just ship it, Alex. We got copper on the front, we got copper on the back. And back mask. Yes. Good. Am I missing anything? Probably. We got back silk. I don't think I need anything else. I could add something else fun. Like what if I put a little hole at the bottom in case I wanted to chain stuff together? Let's do that. Oops, edge cuts. I can never just ship it. That's got 1.5 millimeters of room. That's not a lot. I'm gonna move that around. Let's give it 2. That's close enough. And then it's also 2 millimeters wide. How's that? That looks okay. Thanks for joining. This has been an awesome time. I'm about ready. I actually made plans tonight like an idiot because I was like, surely I'll be able to do multiple things in one day. Ha! We shall see. Anyway, let's see. Am I gonna add anything else? I like having attachment points on here because I think it'll make it work better. Yeah, and that'll make it easier to attach it to like another PCB for LED thing. What if I made like the same thing but for LEDs? I don't know why I selected everything, but that's what we did. We're just gonna wait, I didn't want to do that. Okay, so we still got light charm, LED charm, light charm. We still got our mask there. I didn't delete anything stupid. All right, I'm gonna. Okay, cool. This is great. I do want a new one that has like a little, well, battery powered, not the best, but hey, that just fits. All right. Wow. I'm gonna. This is where the other grid sizes come in. I'm gonna go 0.1. Just move this one. Thank you. Oh, wait. Oh, I put it on the front. No wonder. Whoops. Grab this bad boy. Put it on the back. Okay, so I'm gonna move that up a little bit. That's very close, but I don't care. Doesn't matter. Literally does not matter. I'm going to hide those. That's actually useful. No, oh, it's already on the silk. Okay. Do not show that. Nobody needs to know. Same with this bad boy. What's this in the middle? Oh, this is a... rotate that. Stick it in there. Gotta fix my grid, put it back where it was. That looks... that is not centered at all. That's close enough. Okay, and let's put a little switch and other stuff on it. Not select all. We want to put on a tiny switch. Where's this small one? This one. Just using a standard SparkFun one for this. It does the job. Drop it down. I'm gonna do a rotate like 45 degrees, I guess. Not quite. Oops. Do a 5 degrees. And another one. Close enough. Do like a 2 degrees. Close enough. Should have checked this before. No, that's not gonna fit. That's fine. What if I made the hole smaller? No, it'd have to be really small. Let's see. What if I just... So let's see, we got a battery holder. I could put the switch on the other side. It doesn't have to be beautiful on both sides. This is literally just a light up thingy. It was already on that side anyway. Lol. Okay, so let's just put this back. And it's not colliding with the battery because they're both surface mount. Oh, yeah, it was the outline, of course. Well, I'll just stick it, got this, put it there. That also overlaps. That's no good. Well, maybe we don't have an LED one. I could make it so it's always on, but I hate that. Do I have any other... Is there like a small through hole? No. Wait a minute. This doesn't have to be completely on the thingy. It could stick out. It would suck, but it could stick out. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just stick it like some stupid place. That always overlaps. Okay, so the back of the battery comes out here. That's on the back. Doesn't matter. Alright, so I'm gonna stick this here and give it a little... Hello? Selected footprint, please. There we go. A little -5 degrees rotation and see if that does a job. Oh, I am just... I can't... I can never just make it go. I gotta make it more than just a basic thing, but that's fine. I'm happy with how I am. That's right, it doesn't quite fit super nicely. What if I put it at the bottom? It would not fit and it would look stupid. I could make it stick out a little bit. I'll just make it stick out a little bit. That's fine. It's a big chunky switch. Doesn't matter. Having a little trouble actually with these extra purple lines and stuff. Visualizing it. I want to make it not look too bad. I'm gonna put it like that. Close enough. I'm gonna have to draw some traces on here and get them to actually connect with it, which is its whole own challenge. Let's see. But I'll be happy to have this done. So LED 1206. So let's see. I want to put so ground, positive, right? No, positive ground. Positive, go to battery, no, ground. Okay, so positive to resistor to LED to switch to ground, I think. That's what I'm going to do. So let's stick this here. Oh, I want it to be on the back though. Yeah. Okay. We'll drop a resistor in there. Flip it. That's what. Okay, so we got these. Oh, I usually try to center the LED. Well, we'll just change which side of the PCB is the front. Stick this here. I think that's centered. Close enough? Question mark? Wait, what grid size am I on? Give me a 0.5, please. Oh, 0.2, no wonder. There we go. Okay, so... and this bad boy can go wherever. I'll put it opposite the switch. So this is going to be the back of the PCB, actually. But I'm not going to flip everything. And then, or like the inside part that goes toward my ear. And then that'll be inside. That'll be the sort of supposed front. It's weird, but it works. What if I put this on the front side as well? And then I could have just the battery and some documentation on the back. I think that makes sense. So I'll put this down at the bottom too. I'm gonna rotate it. Let's say 5 degrees. Whoops. Need a 15. And again. Close enough. You know, again, I could look at the actual rise over run slope situation, but I'm too lazy. Just gonna delete these because I am a troll and it doesn't matter. Should I draw these in by hand? Maybe. Oh, I'm really tempted. Okay, you know what? You know what? I'm gonna order this one. I gotta export and order that one. And I'm definitely gonna end up doing something really cute and floofy with the graphics on this thing because I can't help myself. Yeah. So this is gonna be that guy. Battery on one side, LED switch resistor on the other side. It'll be bottom heavy, which is nice because you want that for if you want to make it a lapel pen, which you can do with the guitar pick. Ooh. Or 2 pads and you must yeah. Yeah. That's the real pro move, right? Just literally have a jumper that you have to solder to turn it on every time. Hell yeah. You know, I could have I know, right? Yeah. Because I might end up replacing all of this with just hand-drawn stuff, is the thing. I don't have a schematic for this PCB. At some point, I'll probably go through the process of that was the sign I made to point people on Instagram to my YouTube. Go through and make actual schematic symbols that would link to these footprints like a grown-up, but in the meantime, I'm just trying to get some of these ideas out that I've had boiling for years and years, and I'm just trying to get some little dopamine wins, you know? So I'll probably do it the proper way someday. But maybe I'll just stick to hand-drawn ones forever, who knows? Usually I've tended to use a sort of combo. So for example, on... where's my, so this guy, right? No, the companion core. This is Procreate. But anyway, I wrote the graphics for the companion core thing and the ribcage. I did those in Procreate, but then the headers and stuff were in KiCad. Actually, let me have a look at this close up. I didn't draw over that. No, yeah. See, I just added this as a whole separate thing that intersected with the copper pads. And somehow that wasn't a problem. Did I not have to connect them somehow? Oh, this is in Procreate. I wonder if I did... This was years ago at this point. This is not functional. This is just aesthetic. The back of it was functional. Do I have to do anything special to fuse to the pads? I just love how these designs look. In these colors. It's just beautiful. Hold up. Do I need to change the colors? What's the front? The front silk screen is like beige now. It was this nice teal. Did I have some kind of plug-in or something to make it that gorgeous teal and purple and lime? Because this is cute, but like it's not the same. Okay, let's see. Do 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 do. Ah, grid snapping. Good to know. Colors. Yes. Yes. Okay. I mean, this is easier to see. But maybe, like, if I'm taking some screenshots, I'll switch it back. Because this is cute and classic. Like, to me, this feels like an 80s, like, sports, school sports team colors for some reason. I don't know why. But that, though, it's just... And I love how the, like, front and back nasturtium designs, like, interweave with each other, you know? Just, like, the purple and the teal. Okay, enough staring. Back to doing the thing. Am I gonna do this now? I gotta be on the other side of the bay and, like... I said by 7 p.m., but I was gonna try and go to the library and renew my library card. You know how you can have library cards from multiple cities? It's gonna take me enough time to order number 1. Okay, so I'm gonna order number 1. The SD card ones is just a test. And then I'll have a shape. And if I get around to it... Yeah, because there's no way that I'll have time to finish the design and order both before I go tonight. Oh! Ha! I put a footprint directly over this, like, hole in the bottom. That's no good. Well, then that sort of blows away that idea of how to connect these two. You know what? I think I can rotate this, actually. Maybe not. It's really tight in there, but I think... So actually, I'm gonna Control Z and get that hole back there. Oh, where's that edge cut? Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. Let's try and see if I can fit this in here. I'm sure some of y'all have seen these same things around packing polygons into shapes. I've been seeing around, like, 17 squares into a larger square or whatever. Aha! We can do it! Haha, yes! Okay, if I give this a few more degrees of rotation, let's say 10? Yeah! Look at that! Look at that! Glorious! We can have it all. There you go, folks. I should give it a couple more degrees so it actually matches the outline. Hey. And at some point I'll figure out what that actual angle is, because I like this shape. I might reuse it. Let's give it like 2 degrees. Is that gonna match? I'll figure out what the actual slope is later. Yeah, that's close enough. Haha! Look at that! Gorgeous! Okay, cool. So that's gonna be a thing. It'll be ugly and stupid, but I love it. Oh, crap. I need to do those ones as well. What did I do? What, like 2 5s and I think it might have been like, was it like 27 degrees? Let's try that. Nope. 5 more? Yeah, I think one of those was a 15. There we go. Perfect. Is it still centered on there? It's close enough. Haha. Great. I kind of love... This is the thing. In the age of machine design, I think that there is... I already had this appreciation, but more and more and more, I just love... You know what I got a nostalgic appreciation for recently is, like, seeing an old, like, a super crunchy, poorly photoshopped, clearly, like, 15-year-old meme, where it was like, someone had just clearly made this like 15 years ago and it's just been floating around, bouncing off of servers ever since. And it's like, that's genuinely, I think for one thing it's a nostalgia thing, but also just like seeing the products of the human spirit and like our innate creativity and like when it flourishes and we just like let it do silly stuff. Like I've been so into that, especially lately. And like so, this like jankcore style thing that's going on here. I mean, it's the essence of punk, right? In some ways, it's just like, I honestly really like this. It's just like, yeah, doing the stuff you love, being creative, uh, not getting shoehorned into little boxes or letting machines do the thinking for you and the creative things for you so that you can like spend your time on drudgery. Blah 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 blah. Rant for another day. We all know what's going on there. Yeah, Jankcore. That's what I'm talking about. Yay! I will definitely be posting about this stuff. Mostly these days I'm posting like live updates on Mastodon and Blue Sky because I'm too lazy to get all the platforms. That went the wrong way. But I'm trying to do these like Tuesday updates so that people, if they look at videos, then they'll see that. And did this weird Instagram experiment today where I had that streaming on my phone to Instagram at the same time that I was like streaming on these other platforms to YouTube and Twitch and LinkedIn from my computer, and it worked okay. I'll leave that where it was for weight reasons, but it's kind of gonna be. Is it gonna be off kilter? Kind of feel like. It'll be fine. It's very light. It doesn't matter. So these will just get tucked into wherever, and they'll be just like things that I can tuck into jewelry. And we'll do various things. I'm so into this. Okay, let's export one of these. I'm gonna save it. Actually, I'm gonna save the whole thing as a whole other project. Let's call it jewels. No, charm. Charm bits. Close enough. My components I'm calling glow bits because I'm cheesy like that. Oh, I don't want the prefs. I wish to show this part. Oh, I was doing this. Ugh, go away. Ah, no. Don't want that. Okay, I didn't undo everything I did before. Good. Yeah, no. Okay, cool. Still safely on the copper layer. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, just look at the glow bits. We got glow bits and glow aesthetic, and then we're gonna have charm bits. Okay, cool. There's probably something else called this already. So that's safely stored in charm bits. Now I'm going to open up the other one and delete everything I just did. Where did it go? MicroSD charm. Here we go. Good. And delete all this bad boy stuff. And then we're gonna export this as gerbers. Export footprints to library? No. Step/glb/stl. No, I don't want that. I probably should do a real quick preview before I go ahead and ship it. Treaty viewer. I don't need to right click to. I should get it half height, but no, fast as possible. Gotta be full height. Okay. Simple, quick, kind of pretty. I think this should be centered higher though, which means that it's gonna affect the other one too. Yeah. Okay, so close this, reopen the other one, delete this project because now it's. Oh wait, you know what I could do? I could just. Oh, I can't just Control Z that anymore because I closed it. Haha. Good job, me. Doesn't matter. Upload or open that thing again. Open recent. Where'd it go? Charm bits. Doesn't count it as having been opened recently. Okay, that's fine. We will open it from the Finder. Where did it go? It should be under KiCad 9 projects. Charm bits. There we go. Oh, it should have made a new project for that idea, like a folder. Oh well. So what I'm doing, yes, I am moving these all up. So I'm gonna get rid of everything on the back. make this as easy as possible. Is that good? That's good. Okay, cool. Ah. Here you go. So take this and take this. And we're going to move them up. Although that does collide with the LED. Almost. That's a little close. Like, I'm sure that's bad design. But I don't care. Probably I should care because I'm going to make more LEDs with these. It doesn't matter. It's going to be hidden. Just deal with it, darling. Okay. Oh, I didn't want to save this view, though, with all this stuff deselected. So let's put that back on. Okay. Save that. And I'm just going to bring back the other version that I just did because that was actually fine. Open a recent. Micro SD charm. Oh, that is the one. Here we go. Okay, so it's not, you know, the most gorgeous of proportions in the world, but it's close enough. I'm going to remember how to export gerbers. When do you plan on working on things next? I do not know. So, probably next week. Maybe before. So, okay. So the structure, let's just go over real quick. The shows that I do are alexglow.notion.site. I have not moved over my site to the new place yet because I need to learn to back it up. Anyway, so live shows and events. We got Hackster Cafe coming up. Actually, it's coming up next Tuesday. I should set that up. No, it's 2 Tuesdays out. Okay, so every other Tuesday I do a Hackster Cafe interview with someone doing cool stuff with electronics. That's on the Hackster.io channel. Dayglow is a collaboration with my friend David Groom. Next one's on December 4th. I should put that up. Hack O'Clock is spontaneous. So I've been doing more of these lately. I just sort of set up this structure for it. And so pretty much whenever I'm like doing hardware stuff late at night and have the spoons to, or other times a day, and have the spoons to like actually stream, it's sort of a whenever thing intentionally. But I do announce it beforehand on these platforms. And it goes live on YouTube and Twitch and LinkedIn. But I will say that I usually only announce it like a half hour before it happens. That's partly because of logistics. So I was going to do this stream yesterday, but then ended up having to do a bunch of prep because I wanted to have the Instagram streaming. And by the time I was done, it was like, 11 p.m. and I had to do my laundry stuff and it was a whole thing. So anyway, short answer, I'm not sure, but I will announce it in places and you can always catch it after or, hit the notification bells as they say. Ugh. Like with the video thumbnails like we were talking about before, I just like obviously have some feelings about that, but hit the subscription notification bell if you want to blah blah blah. But there is no set schedule for Hack O'Clock. I think once I get further out of burnout, I'm gonna have more bandwidth for actually scheduled stuff. But in the meantime, I'm trying to keep it as low. I've gotten to the point where I'm hacking on stuff and making stuff again, which is wonderful, and like fixing KiCad is part of that. So it's getting easier and easier to actually hop on and do stuff. So once that's more trivial or I have maybe get a contract with somebody, we'll see what happens. Then I'll have more of a schedule maybe, but maybe I won't. It really depends. That was a long ramble. So I'm going to accountability. I'm going to have a look at exporting gerbers again because I haven't done it in ages. Export gerbers, KiCad. KiCad 7. No. I think last time I did this research, PCB was the fastest and most affordable at that speed. Oh yeah, burnout. Speaking of that and of getting out of it, oh, wasn't showing the screen that I was actually doing stuff on, sorry. Anyway, got this whole page on here, which is about that, and like how to sort of what my experience has been with like getting out of it and tools and such like, and it's a lot of text, sorry. But a lot of it has to do with like, you know, minimum viable everything. So like what's the most urgent things that I can do day to day that like I have to do, and what's like, you know, can be more optional or more rare, and like how can I make those things easier, like if I have to switch to disposable dishes for a while, like I'm gonna beat myself up about it, but like it's realistically less waste for me to do that for a month than it is for like a corporate dinner or something. So, you know, trade-offs, or like perspective. And then like yeah, re-engaging with my creative practices, rebuilding my skills and systems for stuff like making PCBs, so that then when I want to make something, I can just go. It's glorious. Yeah, so I'm like, you know, maybe 85% before burnout, but I'm really happy with where I'm at, honestly. There's a playlist for these bad boys as well. I'm gonna put this one there. And it's been almost 4 hours. Wow. 15 minutes at the start for getting set up. I'm just gonna wrap up by remembering how to do this. So yeah, I think I ended up with PCB way last time. Because I did the math on like fast, and I do need these in like a week, or ideally less. So I definitely screwed myself, but I don't care because I got a little bit of a grant, an art grant, which hopefully I haven't lost by being bad at communication. And even if they didn't, like, it's worth a couple of $100 to just get this back off the ground again. And like, it's not just a project; it's like my process and my ability to make this stuff again. So like getting all the, you know, making it smooth and seamless to do the art parts of it and the creativity parts of it, so that like I don't have to, I've sunk the hours into reconstructing the process. So anyway, that's very exciting. So yeah, Gerbers. I think it's Gerbers actually. Let's pull this up real quick. I should be heading out the door right now, but I don't care. I already told my friend that I'm going to be doing like streaming, and that I might have to stare at a wall for a while afterwards. So let's see. PCB way, KiCad, export, Gerbers. No. I just looked this up a second ago. This is from 2021. That's probably not it. Oh, KiCad 8. It's probably similar. Here we go. Da fabrication outputs under the PCB editor. Okay. Oh, not under export, but under fabrication outputs. Oh, it's right there. You can't see it because it's on the other monitor, but here we go. We'll pull up the dialogue. There we go. Beautiful. Don't need those. Paste is fine, I guess. I'm not really using it. Silk screen, mask, drawings, edge cuts. Beautiful. Don't need any of that. Do I need drill marks? I don't think so. I'm not. Sometimes there's questions around like what's drilling and what's like an outline cut, and I think these are just drills actually. But I think it'll. And you know what? If oh yeah, I'll have to generate the drill files too. If it hates me for some reason, then they'll tell me. They always like review the things. Wait, where did I tell it to put this? Oh, good. Oh, I gotta put those in another folder. They review it before they actually produce it, so. Charm bits. Where's this? Christy charm. Here we go. Horrible. No, why is it like this? I don't need that. Oh, that's kind of cool though. Okay, let's just. I don't think I need that backups file. Drip job. Drip job. I think that's all I need. You know what I should have done? I'm just gonna redo it, and then I'll know exactly which files I need. Okay. Here we go. Grab that. Dump them in there. There we go. Oh. Oh, sure. Plot. Okay, now do the drill files. Yes. Do they care? Let's find out. If there's specific settings. Oh wait, I need Chrome. There we go. Oh, you know what? I should have checked this beforehand. But that's why it's good that it's in its own folder. I can just delete the whole thing. Alright. Round 3! I mean, maybe I had those already set up like that, but oops. You know what? I'm gonna just delete everything in there. So it keeps the same. There we go. Okay. Okay, so we got those layers. What do you want from me? Front, back, copper, no adhesive layers. Paste, silkscreen mask, yes. Got that. And just edge cuts, yes. Good. These don't matter. Plot reference designators. This looks different. Good DMP plot footprint text. Check zone fills is definitely on there. Here we are. Oh, subtract solder mask from silkscreen. That shouldn't be a problem anyway. All my silkscreen is on solder mask already. Apparently they don't like printing silkscreen on bare FR4, so. Oh, they do want that. Okay, fine. Tent vias. I don't have any. I will on the other one, though. Doesn't seem to. Okay, I think this is probably fine. On fabrication. Okay. This is fine, this is fine. Those are all unchecked. Oh, they don't seem to care about that though? But I'll still uncheck them. I don't really have any zone fills that need filling because I did it all graphically. Then you generate drill files. Okay, cool. So let's drop these back in that Gerbers folder. Plot. Good. Okay. Did I have... Do they care about Gerber job file? They don't actually want the Gerber job file. Gerber job. Okay. Well, I guess they're getting it anyway, but they can ignore it if they want. Here we go. Generate the drill files. Do you care? What? Yes, here we go. Okay. Excel on, use round command something something. What? Recommended. It does not have that option, but that's okay. These are unchecked. Oval holes drill mode. I don't have any oval holes anyway. Oh, I see. Well, that's unchecked as it should be. Okay. Post or plot script? Postscript. Where the heck are ya? Map file format. Here we go. Postscript. That's good that I checked. Drill origin absolute. Units millimeters. Decimal format recommended. None of the other things. Okay. Does it care about a report file? I think that's just for me. It generates and it goes in that same folder. Okay, cool. Did it do it? Let's see, there should be a new thing. Yes, new drill files. Good. Now, there's a warning. What's that? No errors. What's the warning? Show me the warning. Oh, here we go. Width correction constrained. The width correction value must be in the range of blah, 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 blah for the current design rules. I don't have any traces on there, so I don't think it matters. I mean, I have pads, but those are fine. Okay, cool. So I think that's a good set of gerbers. I'm going to rename this gerbers v1 USD charm Alex Glow. Do a compress. Close out of that. Ah, it's so pretty. It'll be so exciting if this works and I get it soon. So we did that. Oh, usually they're placed in a folder named cam. Gotcha. Well, then I shall name it that. And I'll leave one as gerbers, just to spite you. Gerbers v1. Call this one cam. Alright. v1. Oh, here we go. What are we doing? We are, sorry, I kind of missed this because I was deep in export land. So I am exporting the files for this PCB circuit board that I've just designed to hold a little micro SD card. And I'll show what it looks like. Where is it? Do this guy, I think. It looks like this, but it'll be better colors. This is ugly. But then on the back we got, oh, you know what? I didn't even look at the back of it before. Oh, I did. So this is the footprint. You know what? I should check that I didn't do this backwards before I order it, because I was looking at the data sheet and I actually, let's have a look. So they had a 3D model of it as well. Here we go. So it's not symmetrical. So in the 3D model, there's a big one on the, when it's placed down, the big one will be on the left. I think I might have done this backward. Let's double check. Okay, so this is also upside down. Wrangling this in 3D. I hear you. Let's see. No, that's right. Yay! Okay, cool. This is the bottom view of the thing. So then that means the footprint will have the big piece on the right. Let me just triple check against some of the other screenshots I took. I'm glad you asked, because otherwise I would have woken up screaming in the middle of the night worrying about this. Got this. So when you place it down, the big pad is on the left. Uh-oh. Yes. Yes. Okay. And if that's not right, then we'll find out in a week. Okay. It will definitely have to be prettier colors, though. Right, back to... Don't need this. Go away. So now I'm basically exporting files so that I can go get this manufactured by PCB Way. Oh man, my throat is giving out. This was a bad idea. So the dimensions. Actually, what are the dimensions? Let's find out. We got 29, 28.5. Well, that's a dimension. 28.5 by 19. Yeah, that's a dimension too. Let's just double check that. I keep forgetting the scroll centering. Ah, stop it. Nah. Onshape has a like the opposite thing where you like it scrolls close toward where you're. Anyway, okay, so that's 28.5 by 19. Yes. Okay. Good to know. 19 by, oh, length. And let's say 30 of these is just a quick, yeah. I wonder if I can get half height for like this at the same speed and or price. Single pieces, same design, single size, 30 pieces. Could get it in aluminum. No thanks. FR4, don't really care. Thickness. This will probably take more time, huh? No! Oh! I'm gonna get it half height. 24 hours is exactly what I need. Solid. Extra urgent is also the same price. What if I get an extra urgent? I think I had like a $200 stipend for this, maybe. By stipend, I mean art grant. Oh, that'd be great. Oh, well, I definitely did not pay for that, like, before whatever time that was. Ship out the next day. Only ship out the day after tomorrow. Dang. With maximum of 50 PCBs. I'm under that. So, before 6 p.m. GMT, or, what's GMT plus 8? Oh. And they complete. Oh man, what even is okay, it is 10:15 a.m. there. So it is they can complete by 11 p.m. the next day versus I'm also gonna have to like make sure that this okay, so I'm just gonna do this. We'll have to make sure that I catch it tonight and make sure because they're gonna review it before they fabricate it. And I'll have to make sure to be paying attention and actually like get back to them. Okay, so minimum track slash spacing doesn't really matter. Minimum hole size, definitely nothing under 0.3 millimeters. Okay, matte black. Haha, yes. Oh crap, can't get it on that time frame. That's fine. It'll be. Oh man. Oh well. That's what I get. I can make it. Get it make it in white or black. Let's just make it in 5 to 6 days. Dang. What purple? They just get more and more complex, huh? Red? 5 to 6 days. You can only do 24 hours of green. Ugh, fine. Can I get a different color silkscreen? No. If I pay 50 bucks extra, I can get it in 24 hours. No silkscreen. That's a bold choice. Actually, I don't really have any silkscreen on mine, do I? I do. Just a little bit. What if I don't need silkscreen? Same price. Wait, why did it go up to... Interesting. So we'll just make them tiny and green. And you know what? I'll put like a shimmery nail polish on it or something. Oh, here's the multicolor UV printing. No thanks. Okay, anyway, edge connector. New. Surface finish. Okay, let's at least get gold. No, it's slower. Lead free? Okay, I can get lead free. Silver and green. Not optimal, but whatever. This is probably all. Whoa, no thanks. Doesn't matter with the vias, don't have any. Finished copper, da. Remove part number, yes. Other special requests, don't care. SMD stencil, sure. Why not? Does that take more time? Adds $15. Does it make it any slower? No. Okay. I don't think I need a stencil. It could be cute, but let's see. I do not need assembly. Calculate. $45. That ain't bad at all. What's the fastest shipping? 2 to 4 business days. Yeah, that's the best I can get. Okay, well, that's fine. Apply. That's not bad at all. 30 of these for $45? They're green. 24 hour. This is about as close as I can cut it, so I better do that. Okay. Did I actually upload my thing anywhere? Oh, you do that next. Okay, cool. Gotcha. Nope. Okay, now I'm gonna do the rest of this myself, but okay. We hit the 4-hour mark for the first time. Good lord. Oh yeah. Gerber, I guess. Then. Gotcha. Let me know what you think about how to say it. And anyone who watches this later on, let me know if I'm saying it all wrong. Oh, why did I do this to my throat? When I have to hang out later. Oh, woe is me. My life is so terrible. Thank you all for joining me on this adventure. Sometimes you just gotta sit down for 4 hours and make the thing happen that you've been dreaming of for months and months and months, and like finally get it done. I'm so excited. It's like, oh man. For years, my Kaikana setup has been broken. For months, I've been like dreaming of making this particular project, and for weeks, like over a month, I've been just like slowly walking towards, crawling towards like fixing my setup so that I can just like whip something up like I just did. I mean, that took forever, but I made a new format, like a shape that I can use as a standard. Very exciting. I also like was able to just grab the aesthetic pieces and footprints that I've used before, or that I've set up prior to now, and just like drag and drop them together, which is sick. And now I'll be able to take that other design that I also did as a bonus and like drop the screenshot to my iPad, and then I'm gonna doodle on it and make something beautiful, and then I'll like be able to order that and maybe even get that in time too. Who knows? Probably not, but we'll see. And just like, it's been so long. It's been so long since I was able to just like make PCBs, and I can just do it again. And I know that I've done some stuff like inefficiently, like to think about how, I probably could have saved my older component libraries, but I like having my own little custom bits and pieces. Like somewhere around here, I've got this, like underneath here is like a, it says I'm tiny underneath the @tiny chip holder, socket thingy, and there's actually a little smiley face underneath that button, and I love that about it. I like having little secret. There's a bodge wire there too. Ignore that. Also, I didn't have the right size of resistor, so I guess I used a through-hole resistor and just soldered it down to the bed. Ignore all that. But that's what makes it fun and cool and nice and stuff. This is like actually doing a little Morse code thing. It should do a Morse code thing. You gonna do it? I think it's blinking it, but it's supposed to be like doing the buzzer as well. Did I forget to connect one of the contacts on the buzzer of this one too? When I finally like got it actually produced for the thing, it was for Avnet's Centennial. So this is their like logo and stuff, and it was gonna do Morse code because it was started by Charles Avnet on Radio Road selling radio components. Anyway, point being, it's the human element. Thank you for being the human element in my process here. And I love just like building in public and like sharing stuff that I'm doing because it's a mess, but it like I get really happy about the outcome and then we get to see the whole process and ramble, 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 ramble. Rock on. Hack on. See ya.